Okay, let's see if this is all working. Yep, it's working. Hello there. Here with my cat, who's just off screen, and I am going to be fixing some things in my project today, uh, and maybe doing some refactoring too, like that. Right now, I have this problem that I had to comment out these right here. If I comment those back in, save this first. This is gonna have to rebuild everything because Rust released a new version on stable 1.72. Yeah, I think we're going to have to just live with this, um, or just make the slider a little bit wider, or we could have it proportional to the size of the window. The other hack that I had to do was up here, right? Yeah, this. I want to get rid of that. The problem I have right now is if you interact with these UI elements, um, it also thinks you're interacting with the game, with the world here. So like if I adjust this force, it's like also moving the camera. It shouldn't be doing that. So we're kind of fighting the camera when I move these sliders. Ick. Ooh. So I think one problem is the egui is taking up the whole window, and so it always wants input. It always wants to consume the command. If I turn this off, hey there, ski dog. Why must you kick the cube? Because I don't know. I want to make it move. How are you doing, my friend? What happened here? Oh, I think that this needed to go. I'm doing good. I haven't seen much of the YGT ski dog though. Yeah, so now I can't interact with the camera by dragging. I'm forced to use my own sliders to adjust the camera position. So I don't know if you've seen this before, but I've just kind of been playing around with libraries in Rust for graphics, user interface, and the physics engine, as you can tell by the fact that it looks like I'm simulating a world with a very colorful cube that I can knock off the edge. Bye bye! Reset the cube. Hey, look, it's back. Get around some more. I don't know, I was having too much fun with the physics engine. Oh, there it goes. I know, that heads. I think it's gone permanently. Yep, it's going down into the void. Accelerating in the negative y-axis forever. So that would mean it's sort of behind me, right? Over there somewhere. Oh, yeah, there it is. I reset. Reset only like places it back at 0 for the y-axis. And so you can see it just like now it's going so fast you can only see it for maybe a frame or two. Yeah. Anyway, I want to be able to interact with the window underneath the GUI, and right now the GUI is not by design supposed to take up the whole area. So it is, so I can't get events to go to the main window. It only goes to the GUI here, which is nice for the GUI, but not good for the rest of the game. I think what I want to do is limit the area that the UI gets interaction with. So one idea I had was instead of using a center panel, using a different kind of panel. Uh, Set that up. Where do I set that up? mean, is it here? No, it's where this is called, right? This add content. Yeah, it's this frame thing. Maybe? Oh, no, it's this central panel. We want something that's not a central panel. Yeah. Let's go back to the book. Which tab is my book on? Here it is. So, central panel. Oh, no, I'm not in the right book. Gotta go to one of these. This one. Okay, a panel that covers the remainder of the screen, whatever's left after adding other panels. See, that's not what we want, really. We want like a top panel. See, what do we have available to us? Top bottom panel? Covers the entire top or bottom. The top bottom panel, and we have to tell it it's the top. Oh, top, there we go. So what if I just place central panel with this? That might actually just fix everything. So what if I just do that? It doesn't like that because there's no frame. No, top takes an argument. Okay. Blah. I don't know what that argument means, but I'm just forging ahead. Oh, okay, I think we got something because we have a line here. I think that indicates that oh, look at that. I can interact with this part, and I can't interact with that part. That's exactly what I wanted. Blah, I know. It didn't even use the word blah. I'm guessing it's like a label of some kind. Let's see. It was on the new, right? No, it was on top. An ID, which should be globally unique. E.g. my, well, I'm not going to have another blah, so I guess we're good, right? Yeah, so I've been streaming during the 7 a.m. to like 9 a.m. Pacific time slot and on the weekdays. So I've done like 8 or 9 streams, and normally I don't stream on the weekends, but I was sort of getting bored. Not finding very much else to do in the weekend, so I'm like kind of itching to like fix some of the issues with this I don't know what you call it, little sandbox area project where I'm like kind of learning different libraries to do cool things like kicking cubes, drawing graphics. So that's what I decided I'd start it up this morning. There's Stripe Monkey. Stripe Monkey has their name on my keyboard. There in the corner, if you can read it. It's kind of hard with the green screen, but yes. Oh yeah, and the Discord server is back. I'll see how long it stays open before I regret it. Sneaking in and out during the week, just can't don't check us in getting pulled away too much. That makes sense. Well, I'm glad to hear from you. I was getting a little bit worried with the lack of gaming streams, you know. Hey, let me use this new thing that we have in Twitch. Look at this. I can give a shout out. Watch Ski Dog when he streams. Very chill gaming stream. All right. So also I pick up a lot of new games that I like to play. Just seeing Ski Dog play them first. Like, oh, that looks fun. Oh, I think my cube is gone forever again. So reset ought to just like put it back to 0. I hate having to quit just to play with the cube again. So that's back in the app. I kind of should move. Oh, no, I don't. I already did move it. Right. I think all I really need to do is reposition it in all the dimensions. Maybe leave its momentum the way it is? Question mark? I don't know. We'll see what that does. Hey there, Dr. Padawan. Saw Dr. Padawan on a Primogen stream the other day. Or was it someone else? I don't know. I watch too many other streamers. I kind of lose track of who I'm watching. Oh, is it gonna go over the edge? Let's reduce the force here to a tiny kick. Oh, there it goes. So now it's accelerating. What happens if I reset? Oh, it went somewhere. Go. There it is. Send it off the edge and reset. There it is. Yeah, I lurk a lot too. I'll chime in and say something if I think of something witty, which is once in a while. Haven't had a ton of time to stream recently. George and I've been doing a challenge Pokemon. Oh, you have? That's cool. I saw George was playing an occult game. That looked interesting. Hey, Epic Unknown, how are you doing? Okay, I solved the problem about oh, except for this. Was that weird? Egui thinks I'm interacting with the UI when I drag into its area. A little bit. Kind of weirdness going on there. Also, my it's too wide. I guess my fudge factor is off on that. Let's change that fudge factor. That's back in here. So let's go to 75. Hate fudge factors. So I've been playing a really old game recently called Unepic. I never finished it, but oh, I have two sliders. I looked at the Steam page this morning and I was like, looking at some of the negative reviews. I'm like, I guess you like the game. People like the game unless they don't get the humor, and then they hate the game. So I don't know. I was having fun. I might go play some of that later today. I never did finish that game. Okay, did I have two fudge factors in here? I did. I had it just copied. That's what I did. Big pause while it builds. Okay, now I can actually type numbers in here, right? Okay, look at that. I can just reset things like that. Okay, what to do next? Check this in, I guess. We'll say we fixed something, right? Fix something. Fix stuff. Hardest part of software engineering is thinking what you should write in a commit message. Do you have any interest in Baldur's Gate? Yeah, actually I do. But I don't have anyone to play the game with. I'm trying to play it a bit, but a lot to learn taken, being as you know very little about D&D. Well, hopefully the game is set up so it's approachable even by people who don't know D&D. But yeah, I hear it's like exceptional, like so well done that other game studios were complaining about it. Like, we can't make games that good. Don't judge us by Baldur's Gate. Thinking about getting back into Factorial. I did a whole couple runs through in Factorio, and I like to, when I play Factorio now, I like to set arbitrary rules to make it fun. So my last arbitrary rule was no attacking alien bases. So I'd had to build around them, and if I built too close, I had to just put up with them constantly attacking me. I also try to do the lazy engineer approach where I try to get to robots as quickly as I can, and I don't craft things in hand. I always use the machines to craft things. There's actually an achievement for that, for winning the game without crafting more than the minimum number of things by hand. Okay, what did I fix? Fix ability to click, interact, really. Interact with the app. So one was limit egui to the top section of the window, and the other thing I did was adjust slider fudge factors to make sliders fit. Because they weren't fitting for some reason. Okay, I have this interesting bug. I don't know if it's with my keyboard or with the virtual machine, but if I hold down Command and I hit save and then close, it doesn't think I'm holding down Command anymore. I think it's a bug with the virtual machine. It's a really weird bug because if I hit Command S, it does save, and then I hit Command and then keep holding down Command. I hit W, it doesn't close, but if I hit S again, it saves. That's not my keyboard. That's something else, right? Anyway, I gotta reload because some extensions updated. I'll do that because it's so fast. Look how fast that was. Sounds like a VM problem, sure. But yeah, anyway, about Baldur's Gate. Yeah, we should start up a Baldur's Gate playing session. I'd have to actually shell out some money, which that's no big deal. I've been trying to stay super cheap with gaming though. I have a few games I'd like to play, but I'm waiting for them to go on sale. Do you think Baldur's Gate would go on sale? I guess it was on sale when it launched, right? And I missed it. But if you don't think it's going to go on sale anytime soon, maybe I'll just bite the bullet, so to speak. Not for a while. Yeah, I'll probably just have to buy it. Okay. I wanted to attack some of these to-dos. Raw has too many arguments. Remove the hack of the field of view literally copied here. Oh, yeah, let's fix that because I want to make a slider for field of view. Still waiting on Elder Ring discount. Elder Ring is too stressful for me. Not against trying to run it. We could chat about later. Sure. I mean, if you're looking for other people to play it. Changed my sleep schedule around though, so it might be difficult because like I go to bed now at 10 p.m. Pacific, and I wake up super early so I can stream. That might be challenging, except maybe the weekend might be doable. I don't know. But yeah, I guess I've been waiting for other people to play it with. Refactoring. It's all about. I'd commented out anyway. I think this is an old to do that doesn't matter anymore because we let the physics engine do it. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Good. Nice to do to remove. Okay, sounds good. We'll chat later about it. Been doing this streaming again for almost 2 weeks and I still don't feel comfortable doing it. I think my problem is I start to try to be someone I'm not, you know? One thing I do when I'm streaming that I don't when I'm not streaming, of course, is connect brain to mouth and just vocalize everything I'm thinking. That's already a little bit like comfortable, but I don't think I could ever be like an actor on a stream and be a completely different character because I think it would be too stressful for me. Okay, commit. Remove. Well, drop to do. That is no longer applicable. All right. Go back to the to-dos. Oh yeah, the field of view stuff, right? Oh, that was this one. I fixed this one. This is so that we can, when we drag the mouse, it actually drags the correct angle based on our field of view. Struggle to play story games on stream because you find it's hard to connect mouth to brain in those sorts of games. Yeah. I think I'm also too self-critical when like chat gets too busy for me and I'm missing chat and then I can't do the programming and the chat at the same time and then I feel like I'm letting people down. But I should just kind of not, I should not care so much about that, I think. Um, my goal is to be able to like do the streaming every day and not burn out. And the reason why I want to stream is I hardly ever get to work on stuff like this outside of work now, and I don't get a lot of feedback, and I hate that. I got used to getting a lot of feedback before I got this new job, and now I don't get a whole lot of feedback, and it's disconcerting. And streaming, you definitely get a lot of feedback from some really smart people who will tell me, like, especially when I get stuck on something, they'll give me a hint about, hey, try this in Rust. Trick is to be bad at coding and talk, so when you do it at the same time, things seem smooth. To be bad at both coding and talking. Oh, sure, like this. Oh, well, what type here? Uh, I don't know. Let's type a star. Let's see if it works. That like that? I don't know. Okay, so this 40, we need to get rid of this. Where should it go? Good question. Something that the overlay maybe. This overlay has state that we're showing in the egui overlay. But some of it, yeah, actually like this cube, where's this cube position copied from? I think it's here. So yeah, we're getting it from our self. Which is inner. So I think this is really the place we want to put it. All the state of the app, the private stuff in the app. So just put FOV here, I guess. I'm guessing it's a 64-bit float. I don't remember though. Okay. Like default FOV here, so that I can define that as a constant up here somewhere. F64 equals, here's where we're gonna put the 40 figure that we've been hard coding everywhere. This is the default vertical field of view. You know what I'm terrible at is typing on my own keyboard. You know how embarrassing that can become when you actually make your own keyboard and then you're terrible at typing on it. Problem is, not only did I make a keyboard, but I also chose to switch to Colmac instead of QWERTY at the same time. And it's all Adam's fault. 7,000, huh? 7,000, 7,000. 7,000. Terrified of making your own for that same reason. It's like, I have made this thing by myself, and I'm terrible at using it. Okay, if you in degrees. In degreesy. So I'll sometimes when I hit Command S, if I don't hold down the Command key long enough, it becomes ESE because holding down E is Command. Because I only have 36 keys, I don't have dedicated Shift keys. Okay, so it's complaining that we never use it, which is fair. This place where we update it, we want to actually copy it up, and that's if I type too fast. FOV equals self.fov. Actually, we want it to go the other way. So this should be like synchronize. And it's not really a model view. Well, yeah, model view can go both ways. Synchronize info overlay with our own state. With main app state. Yeah, it really should go the other way. Okay, so there's no FOV in the overlay yet. Let's add it. FOV F64. Okay, and then it's going to complain that we haven't just set it up here. What do we set it to? Let's force the new to provide it. That becomes a comma. And then back in the app when we set it up, we'll be forced to set it. So right here. FOV, and then we'll move this definition up to here. Okay. And the info overlay, I want to have a little slider for FOV to play with. Let's put it up here. So this is FOV. 20. I'm not gonna do this hack. I'm just gonna set it to, I don't know, something that I haven't determined yet. Maybe we'll see if the default is okay. So this is FOV. Minimum FOV, I don't know. Let's have some fun and see what happens if you go to 0 to 180. It'll be fun. Okay, now actually to use that FOV. No, I'm Santa Claus's body double. I'm not the real Santa Claus. And you can make that joke, as long as you don't mind my lame comebacks. That's some wisdom right there. That's, you know, everything that I say is wiser because I have this like graying beard goatee thing, right? That's the reason why you get one of these, is that to increase the wisdom in everything you say. Where am I using 40? That would be where we're computing our projection, and that is in redraw, I think. Or is it in a draw sub function? It probably is, but it's here. Yeah, because we're passing this stuff. I think the way we can refactor this is remove all these self things, right? If we're calling self, we shouldn't need to do that. Let me do that in a sec. Yeah, same with this draw models. We already have a self, so we don't need to pass all this stuff. Hey there, 404 not found. They get the keyboard done. Yeah, I've been using it poorly. This is the keyboard. The keyboard. So that was last year's project. This year's project is playing around with graphics. Since I can't run the program right now, since I'm in the middle of changing it, let me just run the last build I made. This is what I've been playing with this year. Merging like graphical user interface with from egui with wgpu to draw everything, and a physics engine. Look at that. I can kick a cube around and it gets simulated. And all the libraries integrate those together. I'm trying to learn all this stuff, maybe use it in the future. Hey there, 85 filter. So last year, the people that helped me out on stream with a lot of advice and stuff got their names on the keyboard in the corner there. It's kind of hard to show at the camera with the green screen and everything, but it says Rusty Keyboard Revision A by Raimu. Extra thanks to Adam Learn, Sarian, Endorn, and Striped Monkey. Okay. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I made the keyboard, and then at the same time, I chose to switch from QWERTY to Colmac, and so I'm terrible at using my own keyboard. I freely admit that. Do I go to this draw and recalculate this every time? Probably not the most efficient thing to do. The model matrix makes sense, but the view matrix and the perspective, we shouldn't really be calculating it for every, like inside the model. It really doesn't go here. So that's another thing I'm going to fix. But for right now, here's the field of view. So here we want to get it from outside, I guess. FOV F64. So I chase the errors down. So self.fov. Okay, is that all the places I used FOV? No, there was one more, right? It had to do with the to-do item. This right here. So these 40s are now self.fov. I can get rid of the to-do because we're not hacking it anymore. Yay! Cargo run. So not only did I get this keyboard built, but I had enough parts to make another one. And check this out. This is a total life hack. This is a makeup bag, right? Makeup bag. Sorry, I get too close to the mic and it over clips it. So makeup bag, turns out it's the perfect form factor for storing my keyboard in. So look, I made a second one. I take this one to work in a little makeup bag. It's the perfect size and it's got a zipper and everything. The keyboard layout even matter? No, yeah, I could move it back to QWERTY. I feel though if I switch back to QWERTY on this keyboard, I'll never retain the Colmac knowledge, and I just like the idea that I know how to type on two different keyboard layouts. Any plans to sell them? Nope, because these are a pain to manufacture. Still writing C++ at work? Yeah, but I really shouldn't talk about work, but yes. I think that it's generic enough of programming language to say that yes, I use it, and not really give away anything about work. All right, oh, here's my FOV. Let's see what happens if I widen it. Widen it. Whoa. Oh, no, too wide. 180 degrees, everything disappears. This is what happens when you have extreme FOV. This is 160 degrees, right? Things that are on the side like stretch out a lot, and things that are in front stretch back. And things that are above stretch weirdly. Bring the field of view back in. And if it's too close, then you can't see anything. Really. Well, yeah. We would look right into the cube. Whoop. Basically, the near clipping plane hits the camera. So realistically, I should probably limit the field of view to no more than 140 and no less than what? I mean, I guess we can get to 20. Sort of. How about 40? 40 to, what did I say, 120? 140? 40 to 140? Probably reasonable limits. 140 is sort of generous. Maybe 120. And why put literals when you can put constants? Right? FOV min, FOV max. Let's define those up here somewhere. Const FOV min F64 equals 40. I'm going to totally forget these numbers and get them wrong, aren't I? 120. Did I get them right? I think I did. These are the limits to set for the form for the field of view slider. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, we can't use integer. We have to put a little dot. So like say, the dot says to the compiler, this is not an integer. Sometimes computer languages and their syntax requirements are like silly. Okay, cool. Did I mean to default to the narrowest? I suppose so. So we can just increase the field of view if we want. Whoa, there it goes. Then when it gets farther away, we can like zoom in on it. Oh, it disappeared. Don't worry, it's back. At least I think it's back. Where'd it go? It dropped again. Oh, there it is. I'm not resetting its momentum. That's the thing. So like, if it goes off the edge and starts falling forever, it will retain that momentum. There it is. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, there it goes. Oh, off the edge it goes. So like if I wait until it gets pretty good speed and I reset, um, it bounces right off the edge again. Whoa, there it goes. Bye bye. I don't know, having too much fun with this. Okay, check this in. Git commit make field of view part of our state and adjustable. Ah, one character too many. How about we remove the word our? Haha, snuck it in. Oh, right. I don't need to pass these in, right? Because where I call self, wherever I'm using self again in the argument list, I can remove it because draw is now part of self. So like this depth texture view, for example, I can just delete that and I can go to draw, delete depth view. And then where it starts to complain at me, I can just say self dot. As long as I get the name right. Yeah, and we have to borrow again. Cool. So if I go back, I can get rid of these. Let's just cut instead of delete so that I can paste here. And they're only used to call draw models. So let's just shortcut it and delete it from there too and move to draw models and paste there. The idea is we do let look x and y equal those. Get rid of look x and y. Hitting the wrong key. There we go. Hit the correct key and it works. The draw doesn't need this look x and y anymore. All right. I moved the warning elsewhere. What did I get? Adding items after statements is confusing. Oh, probably because the statements come before that declaration. I need to refactor this junk anyway, right? This is all this stuff is to reorder the drawing by a certain draw order. So like I can move this out and make it more generic. But not yet. I'm not done with the step I'm on right now. I think we can remove this to do because we don't have too many arguments now. Cool. Okay, so does this make sense when we ask the app to draw itself? It takes an encoder. Color view is our view into the pixels. Screen descriptor says how big the screen is. Egui triangles are the geometry that egui wants to draw. And what it does is it starts a render pass. It draws our 3D models, like the cube and the ground and all that. And then it renders egui triangles with the same render pass, same screen descriptor. I think that's fine. Although, I don't think I need this color view, do I? Why do I have a color? Where's that color view come from? Comes from render setup? Oh, we have to create one every time? Because the surface might have a different texture every time. Okay, so it's not part of the app state. Okay. That answers that question. I'm like, why is it there? Sure, let's check it in. fix to do about about draw, inner draw, argument count. Okay, next to do, hacking the sliders. Yeah, how about I just make that a constant of some kind? So camera slider width. I don't really feel like finding a better way for that, so we'll just do that. We don't need this available size anymore. That's like I was trying to roll my own proportional sizing, and I just don't think it's that important right now. Just set something reasonable like 200. This is the width to set for camera sliders in the UI in pixels. Well, width in pixels is set. Probably have a type problem, right? Type of this is F32, and the type of this is F64. It's F32. Back to 0 errors. Okay. Oh, I have a problem. I think I got the X and Y screwed up. I'm dragging vertically and it moves the camera horizontally. I drag it horizontally, it moves the camera vertically. Okay, we're using the azimuth for up and down and the elevation for left and right. That's backwards. Okay, that's a regression. So let's fix that. That would be in here. Yeah, I think I got these backwards. We'll get to fixing this in a bit anyway. But I just flipped them that way. The easiest place to flip them, right? Yeah, now it's back to normal. Left, right. Is that backwards? A positive number is looking down, a negative number is looking up. I guess it's really arbitrary, but normally a positive number would look up, negative number would look down. I don't care. Just leave it the way it is. So this is fixing a regression. Fix regression of camera panning, swapping X and Y. And this one is I guess simplify camera slider width to a constant. Originally, I wanted to make the sliders occupy the whole horizontal area. Horizontal space available. It's my wrap key, Alt Q. This proved too difficult with egui to be worth it. So just use a constant. All right, we tackled this. Too many arguments to draw. So we're asking a model render to draw itself. Makes sense that we pass it which model and the instances of the model that goes with it. All right, because we don't store the instances with the model or vice versa. This had to be a vector y. Why is it a vector? Because we don't know how many beforehand. And because it's going to own it, I think. Well, is that really important? Couldn't I just have borrowed from that? Yeah, why don't I fix that at least? This should just be a slice. And then I don't need to do into iter, right? Just call iter. Anyway, that wasn't the whole point of this. The point was to remove things that don't make sense. The bodies are all the rigid bodies. And we use that to look up things about it, right? Right, this one. To get the rotation, we need to find the rigid body given the handle, and the handle comes from, where is it? Oh, no, we asked the instance for its rigid body. It returns it, if it has one. If it has one, then we apply a rotation. What do we do if there's no rotation? We use identity, so no rotation. Oh, and translation too. Okay, that makes sense. Sort of. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. These come separately. Render pass needs to be separate. Queue and screen descriptor. There's still a lot of stuff here. And all of these sort of go together anyway. I'm wondering if I should just pass in this as a structure. So these are the things to draw, and these are what to draw it with. And this says how big the screen is. This says which direction to look in the... So this is all camera related stuff. Actually, all of this is camera related stuff. This is the camera related stuff. This is the drawing stuff, and this is what to draw. So I kind of feel like this should be 3 different structures. So let's make them 3 different structures. So render subject. This stuff. Okay, so we'll have some lifetime in here. Actually, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 lifetimes. Some of them could be ganged together though. So let's start by saying that they all are of that same lifetime. See if I can get away with this. Okay. And then I make one of these here. Subject. Okay. So far so good. I can do a little bit of decomposition, right? They take all those 3 and just remove their types. Is that how we do it? No. How do I do I have to put this in front? I forget how this works. Like that. There we go. Some decomposition, right? So decompose subject into these things. Hey there, Bard Kevin. See what I've been working on? Drawing this with wgpu and made this cube model, drawing it myself with my own shader. Then you having an egui layout, information overlay on top of that to do things like interacting with how the rendering works, FOV, camera, and then also put in the physics engine so I can actually give them give it physical properties. So it's sort of like a sandbox um, playground area. Playground sandbox. Actually, those go together pretty well. Trying to reduce the argument count for this function by logically grouping arguments into like different bins. So we have that. Then where we actually call it, I need to take these and group them together, right? So can I just say this? Create the thing. I was hoping that I can just get it to fill it in. No code actions available. Ah! I think because this has to be public. And then I'll get a way to fill it in, right? Nope. So I'll just copy these myself. So the model is the batch model. I need to borrow that again. I didn't borrow it originally. Huh. Instances. Go here. And the rigid bodies come from there. What's the error here? Cannot find it. It exists, but is what? Inaccessible. Oh, because render is in under models. So this should be like model render subject. Where do I pull in this stuff? Aha. So yeah, do the same kind of thing here. Where models re-exports. Use render. Model render. Subject. Let's shorten that name to just subject. Okay. Why? Model render subject. Oh. Model render subject. Okay. I have too many tabs open. What note taking extension is this at what? Hold on. I got an ad when I tried to look at that. Oh, that's one note. That's one note. One note. What? Yeah, I used to use OneNote on stream more of like when I had a more structured project like the keyboard that other people might want to go and look at my notes. Right now I'm just playing around with libraries, and so maybe I should have a notebook to capture what I'm learning, but I don't have that because I'm lazy, I guess. Good morning, Nightshade dude. Does not live long enough. Borrowed value does not live long enough. It's dropped while still borrowed. Why is it still borrowed? I don't know. Argument requires that batch instances is borrowed for render. Oh, right. It needs to be narrower. It's only borrowed for the draw time. So let's make this have 2 lifetimes. Render and draw. So this only needs to be valid for as long as the draw lifetime. That means I'll have another lifetime here. Where render lives at least as long as the draw. Render pass. Okay, that didn't fix it. uh, eh, that's just a warning. What's this problem though? Private. Oh shoot, these all need to be public. The whole point of this was to assemble a public model, a public subject. Okay, fix the warning. This is saying that we don't need to own this subject. We can borrow it. I can do that. Just back in the app, I have to do a borrow, which is sort of silly, but you know, making Rust happy. I could also suppress that error. Cargo run. Let's make sure I didn't break anything. While you mow and weed, you're gonna lurk and listen. You can listen while you're weeding. Get those weeds. That one to your left. Yeah, that one that's yeah, that one. Get it. There you go. Thank you. All right. Didn't break anything. So I was able to put some of the arguments into a structure at the cost of having to introduce another lifetime, which makes sense because we're saying that this model instances doesn't need to be borrowed quite as long as the render pass lives. And that's what, so if I got rid of this, we'd have problems. No, we don't have problems. It just figures it out. Huh. Can that just be implied? Interesting. I didn't think I'd be able to get away with that. So those definitely need to be different, but it's saying that that can be elided away. Need that. Huh. Sure enough, it figured it out. But I do need to have one there, right? If I do that, it's going to have a problem because it all borrows in structures need to have lifetimes. And it can't be the render pass one, otherwise it doesn't live long enough. Okay. Oh, that's good to know. So now that we have one structure, let's get the others. So these are the drawing tools, and this is the camera context. So let's grab these and put them into another struct. Draw tools. Okay, so we have several different borrows. Let's say that we're all borrowing for the same amount of time for the duration of the render pass. Okay, and then we're going to make these both public. Replace these with tools. Okay, so in the models, I need to re-export it. Tools. In the app, we need to import it. So we can make one down here when we call it. Put these things in there. U. Okay, have errors. What are my errors? Oh, right, I need to do the decomposition. So we have Q and render pass, right? Double, what the heck? What are the types here? Ooh, double references. That didn't want that. How did we get double like that? Do I need to make it copyable? Yes. What's the problem with this one? Cannot move out of render pass a shared reference. What? Oh, can't copy. So I don't want to copy them. I want to like so I can't just decompose it by moving it out. Well that sucks. Can I do them individually, like let render pass equal tools dot render pass? What does that give me? Cannot move out. And a shared reference. Oh, because it's shared. That's why. So don't share it. Okay, so that means I could probably do the decomposition. That's the reason not to share. Maybe to suppress the warning instead. Because I don't really want these double references. Especially not for the tools. See how it goes. So don't share. Move it in. Explicit lifetime required and the type of render pass. Render required. Explicit render. What? Oh, I need to be explicit here. Try that one. Nope, it doesn't like that. Borrow mutably more than once. How is that possible? Where's the first time it was borrowed? Previous iteration of the loop. Oh, it was consumed by, yeah, so I can just make, well, if we have to consume it every time, I have to make a new borrow every time, right? Um, Hold on, let me think about that. It's actually not not the correct lifetime. Uh, that should be models. No, it's the other way around. Raw. There we go. I fixed one of them. Still has the problem that it, okay, may not, right, I need to have, yep, I need to add a constraint. A render The draw is not a very long, not a very long borrow. Still not living long enough. Draw needs to outlive render. What? That doesn't seem right, but let's see what it does. Yeah, that's not right because it still doesn't solve this problem. Yeah, okay. We're borrowing a render pass mutably for some amount of time up to the render, the lifetime of the render pass, but no more. So that's correct. Problem here is I'm putting it into a structure that gets consumed, and so it can only call the loop once. So how, I guess I have to make this borrow again by some other lifetime. Speculating that's what I need to do, and then do it like this again, where render outlives draws. Oh, that doesn't go there. It goes down here. Render path. Okay. And back to here. And here's where I gotta borrow it. Render, so borrow the mutable reference. Can you borrow a mutable reference? This might not work, right? Sure. Shoot. That's not what I wanted to see. There's another error here, I bet. There's a bunch of other errors. Can't dereference. Can't move out of it because it's a shared reference. Yeah, it's the problem is it's mutable. This, I'm not handling this right. Problem is this reference is mutable. So we can't share it like that. Think. Or I got the lifetime screwed up. Okay, I've descended into the rabbit hole of stuffing references into structures and then having to deal with their lifetimes. I shouldn't have to do that. So, let me think about this. Shouldn't have to. Well, I go back to borrowing that and remove this other lifetime. Make this the draw and move it there. Then we have to borrow this. I think then I'd have to move this out. So tools. Let tools equal that. Then that's we've actually put the mutable reference inside there. Might not live long enough. Consider, why does it need to live longer? I don't understand why it needs to live longer. Oh, because of this. Well, hold on. Where is that declared? Yeah, it's for draw. So then this needs to be consistent. We don't borrow the reference that long. We only borrow it long enough to draw with it. So still doesn't like it. Got a reason. I got to think this through. How long does this renderer live for? Something I hold on to? What kind of state does it have? It lives as long as the render pipeline does. I'm just wondering, maybe we just make a new one every time and we give it the render, we make it and give it the render pass. Well, no, we can't, it can't own the render pass. That's why. Render pass, we're borrowing it from our caller. Okay. Models outlives the render pass. The render pass outlives the draw borrow. Okay, and then we move our mutable reference into the tools here, and then we allow the tools to be borrowed. I think what it is it needs to be tied to the borrow on this draw here. This is the wrong, yeah, this is it. This needs to be draw, not render pass. Still got a problem. Why? Because it's borrowing from, oh, that's why. Because we set the pipeline into the render pass, and the set pipeline probably requires, yeah, that the pipeline is borrowed for some lifetime A, which is the lifetime of the render pass. Okay, that's the problem. We can't let it borrow our render pipeline without saying that the draw is at least as long as the render pass, which is wrong. Okay, so then self is render pass, which means what? That this self might be borrowed for the length of the whole render pass, maybe. Well, it won't because it gets dropped at the end of the call here. Tools doesn't need to be borrowed for any longer than the draw call, so why is it not let me use that? The heart of the problem is here. What is this telling me? Can't borrow it as mutable as it's behind an immutable reference. Data for borrow. So do I just need to make this a mutable reference? And then allow this to be mutated? I think that's essentially what it's telling me I gotta do. And now we're down to 4. Why does it say 4 errors? Can't borrow it as mutable because it's not declared as mutable. We can declare it as mutable. What's the second problem? Can't borrow it mutable more than once at a time. It was borrowed in the previous loop. Yeah, but I want the loop duration to be draw, just the duration of the call. Why does it think it's borrowing it for longer? What is it using from? I think it's because render pass is in the tools now. Okay. I think I need to step back and consider this from a different angle. The compiler figures it out if I just pass them in. What if I punt on this for a bit? So we would just move that back into here. Remove the tools. We have no tools. So these move back in place of the tools here. Pub goes away. Rid of tools. Get rid of the decomposition of the tools. Get rid of the re-export of the tools. Rid of the name queue there. And get rid of the import. Okay, so it figures out the right lifetimes for this mutable reference. This draw lifetime, right? It figures out what that draw lifetime is in order to make this work. I just didn't know how to encode that into the structure. So I'll get back to that. Maybe I'll approach that a different thing. These things, though, I can move into another structure. So these are like, what do we want to call this? Like context? Camera context? View context, I guess? View? Maybe the view? View is too generic. Or is it? I guess we can say a renderer's view is what we're drawing in, what we're, well, it's not just, it's not a view. It's like a description of the view. View is an overloaded term, so don't use that. Naming things and writing commit messages 85% of your work. For me, it's like 99%. I'm trying to name this thing. Okay, thing. I'm gonna call it thing until I get a better name. So it has these things in it. Thing is a thing. Screen. It's got a screen descriptor, which is borrowed. Actually, I think this is something we can just not worry about the borrow on, right? Well, it doesn't have copy and clone. We'll try to carry the borrow. So this is we'll just say we need it for the whole draw. So we have a thing for some drawing lifetime. Which we already have a named lifetime for. Okay, and then it's not draw, it's thing. Getting my words mixed up. Decompose thing. All right. Now I just need to make a thing. Thing. So model renderer thing. Okay, model renderer thing. Thing as model render thing. Private. them public. There's no way I'd be able to remember everything to do. I let the compiler remind me what I need to do. Okay, fine. We'll borrow the thing. Okay, so now I think finally I can get rid of this to do. Okay, now to consider what to name the thing. So, drawing some subject, using some render passing queue, those are the tools. And then I guess this is the, like, how to draw it, right? So, like, it's how large the screen is, where to look, have the camera look, and how wide the camera angle should be. Thing for all the things. Temporarily thing, 20 years later thing. I know. If I can't think of it. This is like self-pressure, pressuring myself to find a better name. Otherwise, I'll have to live with the word thing. Uh, Chat, you're welcome to suggest a name. We're telling the render, please draw this subject using this render passing queue. And then this is like information about how to draw it, right? It's like, how big is the screen? Where to position our camera along the x-axis and the y-axis, and then how wide to make the field of view. So this is like draw how. What's a word for like how to draw? Specification? Subject config? Configuration? I like, that's better than thing. Configuration? That becomes model render configuration. It's one step better than thing. I like it. So we'll go to models. So we're gonna rename this model renderer. Naming alias is currently not supported. No! Okay, I'll have to do it manually. Configuration. We use the long names in this stream. We don't use the short names like config. Here. All right. It's better than thing. One step better than thing. I guess I like to spell out configuration because then if I can't live with the long name, then I try to think of a better name. Oh, I got my X and Y screwed up again. Why does this happen so often? I get the X and the Y screwed up. Okay, and it's screwed up at the draw render. How did I mess that up again? Oh, because of the order in which it's put in there. That's what it is. That's a point of fragility for sure, right? Nope, it's still wrong. Okay. Because where this name came from, I guess. X is azimuth, Y is elevation. Okay. So then where is this used? That's not what, oh, sort of is. How am I using the look X, look Y? That's the Y axis. So how did I get these screwed up? Okay, now I'm really confused because I think the order of this actually doesn't matter. Azimuth should. Oh wait. Azimuth means left, right? So that's rotate along the y-axis. Okay, so this is backwards here. It's been backwards there for a while. Look azimuth means rotate along y-axis, the up and down, right? And to rotate elevation is to rotate along the x-axis. I do that a lot. I get my axes screwed up. And it's fixed now. Okay. Sort of the boring part of refactoring is, you know, you succeed if nothing changes. You fail if something breaks or changes. That's one more to do down, right? I'll document that one later. SDL2. Someone said try SDL2 as a backend. Oh, this is an interesting one. Now, algebra doesn't know how to upcast F32s to F64, so I had to do this elaborate thing where I get it as a 32-bit quaternion, then upcast it manually, and then call new normalize. So it would be cool if I let a unit quaternion come in and then like let it be just used here. So that's not there here. The goal would be I could just put instance body rotation quaternion in here and it just works. Question regarding C++. Sure, it's okay. You have a base class which defines a function which has two overloads. You mean two virtual functions, right? One of them is virtual because it needs to be overridden the child class. If I do so, the child class doesn't know the overloaded class from the base. What does that mean? Isn't it just possible does a overwrite removes all overloaded functions? I think there's a confusion in terminology here. So when you said the child class doesn't know the overloaded class from the base, what does that mean? Isn't the child class the overloaded class? Or do you mean the overloaded function or method? The overridden. Okay, can look at the paste bin, I guess. Yeah, I think this. I don't think I understand the question exactly. While you do the paste bin, let me try to make a utilities that does the quaternion translation. So like, I didn't mean to do that. I want to go like here and do a new thing called utilities. And in main, I want to pull in that module. Ah, go away. Pop-ups. Oh. Okay, so the idea is that we're going to implement from unit quaternion of F64 for unit quaternion F32. We're going to implement that. So we're going to import the names, and then we're going to do implement missing members, okay? And only trace define the current crate can be implemented for types defined. Ooh. So we can't do that. Okay, then we'll cheat. We'll just say that this is a free function. Upcast. And the value will be I had these backwards, by the way. It should be 32 goes to 64, right? Goes to this. All right, so then where was it here? Right, this chunk. Go back to utilities, paste it. Okay, Q32, now called value. I don't need this part. Don't need the parentheses. Quaternion imported. Okay, so make that public. And then in the render, I can just say that this is upcast of this. And then delete these two. And that should just work as long as I import upcast. And I probably have to borrow that. Can I fix that by making this generic on some t, which is as ref? Of a unit quaternion? Something tells me I can do that. I can just say let value equal value dot as ref. Wait a minute. So you can't just like have an own value be, is it borrow or something? Not, maybe it's not as ref, maybe it's borrow. I could have sworn there was some trait you could just like pass in an own value and then just gets borrowed if it's not owned. This bugs me. I kind of want to look it up. DuckDuckGo. So Rust pass owned value when borrow needed, when requested. Hey there, Apollo I. I'm doing okay. How are you doing? Accepting either a reference or an own value. Here we go. Yeah, I thought that I should have my factor take a borrow, and the blanket would allow it. I'm hitting that. What's the answer? Okay. Wait, what did he do? The developed problem is that the function inside this input block had to work with t borrow config, but from default it only works with t config. Should I look at the playground? T is a borrow of a config. I don't get it. Doesn't seem to me a complete example. Okay, that didn't really help. Gravy as always, huh? I need someone who knows Rust better than me to tell me, like, I don't like the requirement that I always borrow like that. I think that's silly, but I'll do it for now. But it would be cool if I could learn how to just have it figured out based off of context. So we'll just have it force it to borrow. Oh, it already is a borrow. Oh, maybe the problem is something else here. Expected unit found a quaternion. Oh, shoot. Is that the problem? It's not really a unit quaternion to begin with? I thought that returned a unit quaternion. It doesn't. Really? I thought a rotation always was a unit quaternion. I guess it's not. Okay, then I need to widen my utility then. So let's make it not just upcast, but like upcast and normalize. Sure. And this just takes a unit quaternion, and that that'll work because we already had to do the normalize anyway. Okay. Then this doesn't need quaternion. So can I go back? If that was the real problem, why I had, can I just turn this into an asref? T is as ref that. Let value equal value dot as ref. Maybe that was the real problem. What? Not enough brackets. What? The trait bound quaternion F32 convert as ref. It returns a reference. So a reference doesn't fit as a reference? Maybe I don't really truly understand asref. Cow, but I don't even want to clone though. I really want to either accept an own value or a reference, and like if it's an own value, dereference it. Would it be deref? Is that what I'm looking for? Take 0 generic arguments. What? I think that's the wrong trait. Where's my Rust stuff? Oh, it's the target, right? And this is saying I don't need to be explicit at all. Okay, that's what it is. So now I should be able to pass in an own value, right? Because, or will, does this actually do anything? Let's test this. So if I like copy the quaternion, Q is a quaternion F32. So a copy, not a borrow. So dereference. No, this is not going to work. So it's not deref. It wasn't as ref, right? Get this error instead, right? As ref is not satisfied for it. Yeah, as ref's not working. So it's like I just don't I don't get as ref. And borrow didn't work either, right? Borrow does work. But borrow works for an owned value. But if I don't own it, I just do that. Oh no, it does work. Okay, so maybe borrow is what I wanted. So now it works whether it's a borrowed thing or owned thing. Okay, so that was it. All right, so then I just put this back in here and stop worrying about it. It is borrow is what I was looking for the whole time. Right, so borrow should do nothing for a reference, right? Or it should be automatically, yeah, taken care of. Yeah, all right, let's move on. Too much struggling with one thing. Okay, I want to do the same thing with vector 3. So the idea would be that I can just put in translation 32 or instance body translation in place there, and it just works. That's going from a vector of 32s to 64, right? Upcast. Just copy this stuff. Vector. Well, I'm not going to worry about making a dimension generic for now, because I think I actually would need a macro for that. Going to normalize it too, or no, we're not going to normalize this one. Because that's a translation vector, so there's no unit. It's just new, right? Yeah, this one's much shorter. X and Y and Z. I'm a little leery of like you can't make two functions that have the same name with different types, right? So if I made a 2 there, and then I just remove one dimension from it, I'm gonna have a problem that I have two things called upcast, right? Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So really I should be calling this one like upcast normalize quaternion. And then this should be like upcast vector 3. Okay, and then dog's making sounds. Hold on a second. Chair stream for a second, huh? That green halo above my head when I'm not here is disturbing. I wish I could get the color on the green screen just right. I didn't think I would have green screen color issues before. Render. Close some of these unrelated things. Right, so I should just be able to say here, upcast vector 3, this stuff. Yeah, I think it's just the fact that the lighting, not the lighting, the color you see in OBS goes through many different stages. So there's the daylight, indirect daylight, the direct daylight, the other light around, the ambient occlusion, all that, and then the camera itself has some like auto adjusting, and so it all comes through that. The hue can change, the like all the parameters can change from in various ways, and so it becomes a multi-variable problem, right? Okay, we taught it. Hopefully, we taught it that. Cool. No warnings, no errors. Now, I wonder if there's a trick I can do with traits to like extend those types so I don't have to actually give those things names. That would be cool. I just don't remember exactly how it's done. So maybe I'll this browser window to search for that. It was like Rust extend type with trait. Advanced traits. Add trait to extend built-in types. Maybe this is it. Oh, that's right. Yeah. You implement your trait for iterator. I think that was it. Yeah. I make a new trait and then I implement that trait on quaternion. Right? So trait extensions, I guess. And then we implement I don't know, implement extensions for quaternion F32. I think this is the trick, right? Yeah, and then I have to have an define it here, right? Function upcast. Value. Self. Quaternion. This is going to be very specific to quaternion, so I should probably call this quaternion extensions. And this was unit quaternion, right? The idea is to do it that way, and then it's like you're extending you're sort of extending the type using its own, using a new trait. All trait missing upcast. Oh, because I didn't do that right. I need to put it inside of there. So with that, I think I can just do away with the name here and just say that. I think it just works. Except for now the types don't match. Somehow became a reference. Shoot. I need to do upcast. Dot upcast. And that's not the name I gave. Oh, it is the name I gave it. So what does it not like about that? Oh, I have to actually use my own upcast. What's this say? Chronos EGL. Huh. So someone else did the trick, I guess. Okay, I need to make that public, don't I? Now it probably will say, hey, you can pull it in from your own thing. No. It's like upcast. Utilities upcast. Oh, guess who wants in? No, it would be quaternion extensions, right? Oh, it's a borrow. So I need to make that like a borrow. Oh, right, like I originally did. Hold on a second. The dog wants back in. Dog, you want to say hi to the stream? Say hi. Hmm? You don't want to speak? No. He's like, why are you holding me? Ski Dog said hi. Figure she owes the stream a peek because she wanted me to let her in and out. Okay, is it that this is not public? Ah, so it is the subject of an error. Is there? Oh, right, because it's a reference. So can I do this instead? Like, is this going to be too convoluted to say that we're implementing a for borrow? That can be too convoluted. Yeah, it's too convoluted, I think. Delete that. Well, actually, no. What's wrong with this one now? Resolved import. Wait, what? Where's the error here? Oh, there's an E there. Shot myself in the foot. Trait must include the dyn keyword. Alternatively, use a blanket implementation input, but turns extensions for all types to implement borrow. Oh, I see. It's I forget the syntax for that, so I'm gonna do cargo check, have it printed out for me here. Implement T var. Okay, that's the syntax. I know we're getting into some like heavy Rust syntax here. Or T. Candidate is defining the trait. Okay, use the associated function syntax instead. Algebra quaternion F32 upcast. Okay, so I can do it with the turbo fish. Upcast quaternion F32. No, that wasn't it. Oh, because this is not needs to be imported. Oh. Okay, gotta get the syntax right. The candidate is to find the trait. Use associated function syntax instead. Algebra quaternion F32 upcast. With a similar name cast. Vulkan puke emoji. What does that mean? Oh, Kronos? Kronos makes Vulkan and Kronos made OpenGL, right? First parameter has to be self. Yeah, I think I'll just simplify this back because it's a little bit too much syntax for me to deal with. So if we just extend quaternion F32, then and actually make this just a borrow. then this will work as long as we borrow it, right? To be used as methods, functions must have a self parameter. Oh, that's what you're saying. This has to be self. I see what you're saying. So then this we don't do. Value becomes self. All right, that's what it was. So maybe that was the whole problem with borrow also. So should I try doing the borrow again? This thing. Or T. The idea would be this would borrow self, and then this is just a value in case an owned value is passed in. Oh, that actually worked. All right, that worked. The whole problem was what Crimson Dawn was saying. The first parameter has to be self for it to be used that way. Yeah. All right. This is the whole intent, is that I can just call something called upcast, and it's kind of like an extension to a class or a type. And I'm using the trick where you can just make a new trait, and you can implement your trait for any type you want, including existing types, and you can even make it generic over any type that can be can be a borrow, or that any type we can borrow from, either an owned value or a reference, right? So then I can do away with this old one, and we can do the same thing with upcast vector, right? So we would have another trait called like vector extensions. And then here we have upcast as well. That takes self and gives me a vector 3 f64s. And then this becomes an implement this for vector extensions. And then repeat this one. See if I got that correct without even thinking about it. No, I didn't get it correct. Because I need to have the 4 on the other side, and it's generic, so it's for T. This is self. Hey, but I did get it. So now I have 2 different upcasts, and I can just say instance body translation upcast. At least I thought I could. But his trait bounds aren't specified. Doesn't specify. Well, it's the wrong one. Why? Because of the name? Because I didn't import it, probably? Probably that, right? This needs to be vector extensions. That was it. All right, so we don't need quaternion. That's all the warnings. I shouldn't really call this just upcast. This is upcast and normalize, right? So can I globally rename that? Should be able to, and should. The cool thing is it should get all the way down into here too. Nice. We can allow that one. We can use the word sucks. I think the auto mod is a little bit too aggressive on the word sucks. This is why we're using wgpu, right? This is a nice segue into saying what the heck wgpu is. It's a safe and portable graphics library based off of wgpu. It runs natively on Vulkan, Metal, DirectX, and OpenGL, as well as WebGL in browsers. So I don't need to worry about global singleton puke emoji, OpenGL, and I don't have to worry about the complexity of Vulkan. I can just write to WGPU. Not have to worry about that stuff. Okay, I like this a lot better than what I had before. These are very clear in what they do now that I got it. So we're using the trick of making our new traits and implementing our trait for existing types in a generic way so that anything that adheres to this interface we can upcast and normalize, which makes sense, right? We're borrowing it, and then we're borrowing it in order to form a new 64-bit quaternion and normalize it as a side effect. I wonder if I should make normalize, if I should move that out. Because this is very specific. My question would be, does in algebra, can you just normalize a quaternion? Which tab do you guys think? Oh, there it is. Algebra is in. It would be a method of quaternion. Is there a method called normalize? There is. But it returns self. It doesn't return a unit. We want it to return a unit, right? Is there like a unit? Or to be the other way around? From a unit quaternion, you do a new or something? New from components or... Hold on, here we go. No, is it a function of unit? Is that how it works? Cast? Cast it to a different type. That's not what I want. It says vector, but it's not. It's a unit of anything, right? So if I didn't want to normalize it, basically I have to move this out to here. I have to make it unit quaternion new normalize. There, right? So upcast, it would look like this. Is that terrible? I don't think it's that terrible. Maybe that's what I do. So I turn this into just upcast. And then I just do that. And unit goes away. What's the problem here? Yeah, this needs to be changed. And save that. I think I like that better because now it's clear that we're normalizing a quaternion. Upcast has just got one responsibility, upcasting the type, and we've hidden away the grossness of upcasting each individual float. Why do all Rust libraries have so pretty websites? That's a good question. I don't know, but I like how I like this website a lot because it's got really nice big text. I'm not even zooming. It's already big. I didn't have to zoom it. It's got a showcase with animated thumbnails. Great. Think just letting upcast its own thing is better. Yeah. So that's another vote for it. So we'll just leave it like that. If I wanted to get rid of this grossness, I guess I could just do .normalize. What if I like what if I make another extension called normalize? Because that's what I really want. I really want to say upcast and normalize. Right? And that doesn't exist yet, right? Or does it? It does exist but oh, it actually does work. Oh no, it returns the wrong type. That's the problem. So it returns a quaternion, doesn't return a unit quaternion. But what if it did? What if in my quaternion extensions we had a normalize self to unit quaternion F4. And then let's just copy this because it's easier. So borrow an F64 and return oh, that's the problem, isn't it? I'd have to make like 2 different traits because it's going to say that I didn't implement normalize for this one. I mean, I guess I could. I didn't implement upcast. Actually, what if I just do that? What's the problem here? Conflicting trait implementations. First implemented there. They shouldn't conflict though. Why would these conflict? Conflicting. I don't get it. What's conflicting about it? Types inside are different. Conflicting. Do these overlap somehow? Whoa. Look at that display bug. Wow. That's an interesting display bug. Look at that. You got virtual machine weirdness going on. Whoa. Can't even see what I'm typing. How would I maybe close that terminal and open a new one? Yep. Conflicting implementation. Huh. I really didn't expect to see that. I thought a different error would pop up. Well, maybe I don't do that then. Well, anyway, I probably wanted to have a different trait for this anyway. So we'll be called quaternion 64 and quaternion 32. And then 64 lets me normalize, 32 lets me upcast. This is 32. This is 64. This is normalize. Okay, and then this one did like this. This is really just hiding. This is sort of silly because it's really just hiding away this self dot borrow. And I can't do that. Why? Expected it needed to be owned. Oh, it actually wraps it. Okay, so we can't borrow it. That makes it somewhat easier than what would I do? Clone? Always gonna clone though. 32 and 64. So that works, but we end up cloning it. Oh, it's copyable. Oh, sweet. So then that works, right? Only it doesn't because we need to copy. That's the downside, is that it always makes a copy. Shoot. I mean, I could just have it not normalized. Okay, how about we do this? It's gonna make two functions, but then the problem is, um, we want one that doesn't do a copy. It's like I want to do two different things at once. Why not make one quaternion extensions trait and implement for both? There was a weird error when we did that, right? It said that they were conflicting. I can show you again. So if we just try to do that. Um, what was the problem here? That I wanted to have two implementations. Problem is I get this error. I get conflicting implementations of the trait. It doesn't say why they conflict. It just says that they do. And I'm wondering if it's because these types overlap somehow. I don't know. I'm trying to do too many things at once. I want to like maybe borrow and then maybe copy or not, right? So I'm just indecisive. Okay, well, what if I try it this way? If it's not actually borrowed, if I just implement it for a non-borrowed quaternion F64. Still conflicting? It still says it's conflicting. Upstream crates may add a new impl for type quaternion 64 in future versions. I guess that's what it means, right? That you could borrow, an upstream could make a borrow as a 32 for type 64. So that's a more, that's a clearer error, I guess. Future crates may add a new impl for that in the future. It didn't say that before. So I kind of get that. The moment I make a generic trait implementation and I can't make another one, right? Because they're, yeah. So I could abandon the borrow thing and just make this, this. Yeah, now it's going to complain that I promised to normalize, right? And the other one I promised an upcast. So now it'll work as long as I do the explicit borrow down here. Or maybe it just works? Hold on. How does that just work? Wait. How did that work at all? Oh, yeah. How does this work? How can we borrow? There's no... I don't get it. How does this work? Self is a quaternion. How can you borrow from a quaternion? Where does borrow go? Is there a blanket implementation of borrow for quaternion? Okay. Wait. I don't understand how that works. Anyway, I don't need this anymore, right? I can just consume self. Okay, I don't understand what's going on. unless like some magic inside of an algebra library just makes this work for me automatically. How is this working at all? Can I like do other kinds of magic here, like upcast normalize? Oh wow, that's spooky. It just knows that it's going to internally get a 64-bit one and then normalize it. And then upcasting is a no-op, right? Wow. Okay. I'm impressed that I could do it. Can I get away with that here too? Can I just put vector 32 here and just magically pretend that it has a method called borrow? Oh, creepy. It just works. Oh, I think I know how it's working. It's always going to make a copy, right? Yeah, you see upcast, well, hold on. I want to use the inlay hints to see the types here. So it does take an own value. So something like upcast is going to actually make a copy. So it's working because things can be copied, right? And borrow is always implemented for an own value. So this is always going to make a copy. Maybe I don't care. Maybe that's the end of the day. Maybe I just don't care about copies. If the type implements copy, then that means it's lightweight enough that doesn't matter, right? Okay. Then I can just do away with all this stuff. All right. So they're value types now, and we're just kind of hiding away the ugliness of upcasting and making normalize something we can call on self. One problem I have with that though is there is a normalize function that hides it, right? So, for example, if I look up normalize on a quaternion, there is a normalize, and I'm hiding an implementation when I do that, right? Back. Oh, not that. Maybe that was it. Yeah, I'm hiding this normalize method, aren't I? Or is it smart enough to know by types? Like I'm not seeing it. So like if I tried to normalize a quaternion now, I would always get the wrong type, right? So let me test that. The type of Q is borrowed quaternion. If I did dot normalize, really? So it's smart enough to know by the context? Huh. But if I asked for a 64, it would just work? Mismatched types. Expected F64, found 32. Oh, right. So thinking, if I asked for a unit quaternion, I see. This only okay. If I first upcasted it, right? If I do upcast, and then I wanted a quaternion 64. This would normally work, but I have hidden it. Yeah, Betsig was onto the right thing. So, like, if I were to rename the original upcast to my upcast, right? I go back here and I do upcast. Now it's no longer hidden. Um, I did the wrong one. I meant to do my normalize. Yeah, there we go. Right. So by calling it my normalize, now I can call the original normalize, right? Or I can call them my normalize if this is unit quaternion. So the problem, yeah. So I really shouldn't call it normalize because it hides the implementation of normalize that comes with algebra. So what would I want to call this? Like, let's put this back. Actually, let's just call it what I want. It should be called like make to unit, right? That's what it should be. Yeah. So I can use the original normalize like this if I want, or to unit if it's a unit quaternion. Yeah, I think we'll go with that then. I just don't want to hide. I don't like the idea of hiding methods of the original types. Okay, fiddling around with this way too long. Go on to something more interesting. Let's check this all in. So what did I do? Oh, I fixed the namespace issue there, or lifetime issue. Right, I had the coordinates flipped there, and that was that major refactoring where we moved two things into structures, so there are less arguments. This is a bunch of refactorings. Wait, what? They're already staged. Refactoring. Refactoring. So group arguments to who is renderer, model renderer, right? Model renderer draw. Fix camera rotate axis again. I thought I fixed it the last time, I didn't. Oh yeah, fix lifetime in app draw models. And then add utilities for extending some algebra types. Just go with that. Let me back this up by sending it out of the virtual machine. Okay. Type as trait function argument. That's the way to use it directly without having to rename it. Yeah, but I don't want to have to do that, so better. We can be a little bit more concise with that, right? So in the info overlay here, I can just make one row for camera, say camera, and AZ and get rid of the other label and row, and just add another label in between. Actually, then I can bring the label back just on the same row, and then just say L. Right? That look better? Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. I'm glad you did those commands, because I can describe what those libraries are coming together in here. So the top section of the window is being drawn with egui, and overall, we're drawing things with wgpu. We got the window from winit, and the physics engine that's giving this life when I kick the cube around, that's rapier. So I'm just been playing around with these different libraries, and I haven't worked on anything new today. I'm mostly just cleaning up the code I've been written all week and half the week before. Go over the edge. Go, go. Bye. Reset. And it bounces up, bounces off again. Reset it again. There it is. It's back. Not again, I know. Should have it make a sound like, oh no, not again. Kick with much force. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. Where is it? Kick really high. And the camera up so we could see it. Up. There it is. Not panning quick enough. There we go. There it is. Track it as it lands. Bounce. And there it goes. I wonder, the step on the elevation is 5 degrees per step. So is the azimuth. I should fix that. The step size in these is too large. I have step by 1. Why is it stepping by 5? The value is out of range and clamp to range is enabled. You will not have the ability to change the value. Sets the minimal change of the value. I thought. Oh, it's less than 5. I think it's because the slider is too small, really. Yeah, like 1 pixel is like 5 degrees. Okay, it really doesn't make sense for the elevation to go all the way back around to look upside down. So what if I just limit it to 90? Maybe that'll make it, yeah, that'll probably make it a little bit better. Oh, I did the wrong one. Crap. Undo. I did the azimuth. I get easily sidetracked by this. Why not really reset velocity too? I don't know. I just thought it'd be funny. Kick it. Kick really high. Where is it? It's beyond our clipping plane now. It will only see it when it gets to 100. There it is. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm not dragging fast enough. Their field of view is too narrow. Okay, reset. And where did it go? Falling. It's going so fast that it falls through the ground immediately. That's not fun. Maybe I should reset the velocity. That's you're right again. Okay, we'll do it. Um, reset cube, resetting its velocity. Actually, this is a shorter way to do this, right? Take position is vector 0. 3. Wait. I just have to import it. Oh, there is no 0. It's from rate. Okay, hold on. So it's saying if I do vector 0 and qualify it as a rapier vector, I can do 0. No, that's not it. Never mind. Do it this way. Actually, would be even better is to just, and we don't have to import anything. Just this, we just do use into. There we go, and then I can do the same thing with so I don't need its current translation, so I don't even need a name. Cube body dot set velocity. Linear velocity? We'll leave its angular velocity alone. We have to have some fun. Default would work too. I'd rather be explicit and say it's 0. Actually, 0 is not exactly right because that's right on top of the camera. I want it to be pushed in by 5, right? To do it right, I'd probably want to make a constant. But I don't feel like it right. I want to have more fun. Okay, reset. Yeah, see, it's resetting everything but the angular velocity. So I keep hitting reset. It actually maintains its angular velocity until it lands. Kick. Reset. Oh! Okay, that was fun. Kick it to have a lot of angular velocity and then reset it. Then it spins. Goes off the edge again. Where will it go? Oh, that's neat. Okay. I had too much fun with that. Okay, this was okay, I never asked myself, did I like how the sliders look? I guess so, because I should use the whole horizontal area anyway, right? I don't really need the word at camera. FOV is part of the camera. Be nice if I could fit them all. Can I do that? So let's just remove that and collapse these two together. What does that look like? I like that I can kind of reorganize the UI pretty quick. Most of the time is linking. So now it's a little bit beyond the edge. So I can pull that back with this constant up here, right? 175. Spins are very nice, yeah. Need to get some texturing in there. I need to have like add more cubes or more objects. Maybe a spinning S. Just kidding. Something more interesting. There it goes. Oh, there it goes. Right off the edge. Anyway, I think I like this. So keep this. Had nothing to do with the app. What was the app change? Right. Okay, that's a different one. So git commit tweak camera UI. Then this was reset button stops linear velocity. It also puts the cube back at 0, 0, -5, but that's okay. I don't need to mention that. Update. Come on, update. There you go. All right. Right. Our event loop was too big, right? If I comment that out, I get a big warning that the event loop is too many lines of code. And I agree. This is too many lines of code, too much indentation, right? Let's fix that. Okay, so the event loop deals with different kinds of events. So there's the redraw event, requested event. There's the window event, which is quite big. What if I start by taking the biggest piece out, which is window event? And we'll just have, well, it's inside of a closure, so we need to move the closure out first, right? The idea would be instead of having a closure, we would have an object. Run takes a closure. So we have to have a closure, right? But if I move these things into a structure, the closure can be just to tell that structure to handle an event. So what if I try to structure it that way? Define a structure up here. So what is the thing that we're putting into the closure here? This is like an event handler, like app event handler or something. Names are tough. App frame. App event loop. It's not the event loop, it's the thing we're giving the event loop. Event loop handler? Event handler? We'll just call it that. And then the things that we're actually capturing, I guess, are we capturing self? We're capturing self in there. And at that point, the self, what type is self? Still the boxed self, right? Does it need to be a boxed self at that point? Can I just move this into the app? Oh, we decompose self. No, we didn't. All right, I fixed that. So no longer decomposes self. It actually extracts out the event loop and keeps the rest of it with self. So I could move this into a method of self. So why don't I do that? Then why do I need to add these to self basically. But what do I do with this event loop? It's held outside of the self for a reason. Right. I wrote it. Good thing I wrote a comment here. Take it out of self so the closure we give it can own self. It has to be taken out because why? Oh, because that's what we're calling run on. Okay, no big deal. That just means inside of our event handler, we don't have our event loop because the event loop's removed back out. Okay, cool. So that's easy. These two are instants, so let's just move them now as a precursor step. So I'm going to move into winit window the last draw time and next draw time, and they are both okay. That means where we initialize, we have to actually paste that stuff. Rid of the let mute. There. Fighting with the keyboard. Okay, and then all this, we need self in front of all these things. Self. More places. Fight the keyboard. Okay. Should be a spinning S cube. Well, but I would need to obtain permission from the copyright holder. Okay. Okay, cool. I refactored out that. Keep typing the letter S or E. Okay, I should be able to then just call self.handle event, and the handle event is this entire match. Right. Mowing and weeding are done. Just to match your emote. So this would go into an implementation for winit, right? There we go. So handle event. Handle it. We don't know the parameter types yet. I'm just trying to move code here. There we go. Not enough brackets. Okay, enough brackets. Okay. This has to have a self in there, right? Mutable self. And then we need to know that event type. What is it? One of these things. Event with some kind of lifetime, and then bracket. Do I need to annotate the lifetime? Probably do. With no response result. Missing arm. Okay, I'm missing some arms. Oh, probably because I didn't copy this last line. Would explain it. So, empty match arm. What parentheses? See, that's the problem with why I need to refactor is I have a hard time even knowing where to paste stuff. You know, I think I'm getting, I think I'm wearing out the switch on the E key, where I'm getting a lot of bounces on the key that I shouldn't be getting. Makes sense. Those keys are going to wear out first. Good thing I got lots of spare switches and stuff. Okay, the idea here. Oh, I need the control flow also. What is that? It is readable control flow. Okay. Which should last for millions of keystrokes? Yeah, but I probably have done a million keystrokes by now, right? Kidding. What happened to redraw? Oh. So that needs to be moved in. Probably the resize as well, right? Okay, that's fine. We're gonna get too many lines warning about that. That's fine. We'll just move that to do up to here. The idea is that I can replace this whole match event junk with self.handle event. Cannot move. It's captured. Okay. Wait, what? Cannot move out of redraw. Cannot move out of redraw a captured variable in a mutable closure. Move because redraw has the boxed thing which doesn't implement the copy trait. Oh, I see. I need to actually what is it? They need to be borrowed, I think. We're moving these in, but these are owned. So if I do this, if I borrow mutably the function, I think do that, and then these become this. Ah, that worked. I didn't think that would work. Does this closure return anything? It never returns. But no, the closure, what does it return? It doesn't return anything. Okay, so then, yeah, this can have that. Okay, good. I didn't think that that would work, but it did. So I'll just be happy it worked. Okay, so then I can get rid of the warning, the to-do around this, right? So event loop is just very simple. It just says take the event loop out of the window and then tell it to run with a closure that just captures self, basically. Self, redraw, and resize get captured. And every time we get an event, we tell self to handle it, and we're borrowing from redraw and resize. That way it doesn't get consumed every loop. Okay, good. Then we moved the problem up to here, but this is good. Now that I moved it into a method of self, now I should be able to separate things. So like I can make this whole thing like self handle window event. Like this. I just grab all that junk, copy for now, I guess, and make a new function. Function handle window event. Seven symbols there. Yeah, it was hard for me to type. Ah, that E again. Maybe I need to pull the cap, the key off and then reseat it or something. Okay, so what is the type of that event? It is a window event of some unnamed lifetime. Event. Win. Event. Some lifetime. And it also needs the control flow. Let's just assume it needs all the things. It doesn't actually need redraw, so delete it. Now it's happy, so we can just call that instead of all this mess here. So this all goes away. All the way down to here. And we just call self dot handle window event. Done. Cool. It's actually small enough we could probably get rid of this now. Yay. Make sure it doesn't panic when I run it. Thought you had that problem with the keyboard the other day. It turned out you had some raven hair under it causing the issue. I might have some Vin hair under mine. I should check for that. I got Vin hair everywhere now. Okay, we didn't break it. Still kick the cube around. Increase the FOV. Kick it. Kick it. What goes up must come down. Alright. Yeah, maybe need to clean it out. I thought the firmware I put in here would debounce it, but maybe I'm getting some really wicked bounces. I need to increase the debounce period for. Shave the pets. Would have scrolled to adjust FOV. What do you mean about the FOV? This. Oh, you mean like a scroll wheel? Mouse wheel? That's a good idea. Looks like it align delta for mouse wheel. So I can interpret mouse wheel, take the delta, the line delta, and translate that to an up down for it. Yeah, maybe. So that's here somewhere in handle window event. We just moved it. Right? Mouse wheel. Don't care about the device ID, do I? Not really. Uh, phase. What was phase? Moved. Okay. Phase is always moved. I wonder what the type is. Touch phase. Started, moved, ended, cancelled. So we can just say phase. I already forgot the type. What's the type again? Touch phase. It was actually a touch phase for egui. This is the W in it. Yeah. And we get rid of this warning by just doing a dot dot, right? Okay. Device ID I don't really care about, right? So it's really the delta. And what do we want to say here? We're going to adjust the FOV. Where am I storing that now? Oh. We're in a different place. I have to actually send the app sender a message. Okay. How come it's not helping me? Oh, app message. Here we go. What if we just call it Zoom? We'll put a factor in here. Delta. What's delta? The mouse scroll delta. What's the mouse scroll delta? Line delta, pixel delta. Okay. I guess I can match on it. Match on it. it's what, X and Y? What was I getting when I was running it? I was getting a line delta in the Y axis. Okay. So I'll just go with that. So that means I don't care about the X here. And pixel delta is just delta. Okay. So then are those the same type? One's an F32 and the other is a physical position F64. Not the same type. Physical position has a P in there. It's an F64, so I can do like delta dot Y as F, or I can just upcast the other one. So this is F64 from delta. Okay, let delta equal that. Fine. Then we finally get a delta. Let underscore equal that. Okay, then we just have to define a zoom. At some F64. There's those E's again. Bouncing E's are driving me nuts. And then back in the main app where we handle them, we have a delta. Finally, we get to changing the FOV, right? Self.fov plus equals delta. Let's see if I need to apply a scaling factor or not. Oh yeah, okay. Why is it snapping back for some reason? Oh, am I getting more than one, like, started and then it's ended kind of a thing? I'm getting multiple events. No, I get it. Zoom 6, zoom 6, zoom 1, zoom 6. Then why is it snapping back? Oh, I think I know why. Because I had the info, yeah, the info overlay FOV was the source of truth, right? So I need to actually put it there. Really, I shouldn't have two of them anyway. If the view model is controlling it, there should be only a single source of. Yeah, there should only be a single source of data. So hold on, let's remove the redundancy. Yeah, I'm overwriting it every frame. I'll show you guys where it's where you'll get an error now if I remove it from here. One of the errors will be where we were doing the copy. So this is instead of getting it from come on, from self, we get it from the overlay. It's no longer in self. Here's where it was copied every frame. It was copied from the info overlay back to self, so that was overwriting what we were trying to change. There we go. Yeah, it's hard if you don't have a single source of truth for a number. Then things get inconsistent and they get overwritten. There we go. Now the mouse wheel, just the FOV. I can even pull it way out of range that way. Oh look, it's now we're at now it's that's what happens if you go past 180. Things start to show upside down and backwards. I get too close. So it's not obeying the limits. That's another problem, right? The limits were only really enforced on the slider here. But if it's outside the limits, the slider still shows it at the limit, but we're allowed to break that and like bounce right into the. Well, that's interesting. That's with it probably a negative FOV. uh, so to fix that, where do we actually handle messages again? Shouldn't I have a function for that? Because I won't be able to find it. Here it is. It's in redraw. Why is it in redraw? Let's refactor this. Refactor as function. Handle message. I guess that doesn't need to be consumed. All right, now I can actually find it again from this little thing. Ah, handle message, there it is. Okay, so let's put it in range. I'll just do it the brute force way. If it's less than there's probably a better way to do this. But I don't know, I guess I'm getting tired. I'm choosing to just mindlessly type things. Okay, there was another place where I had, it was in the overlay, right? Where I had these constraints. Here they are. Let's move them out. So in the structure, they're both children of the main program. So I was going to put that here until I figure out where else they should go. And then import them from the crate. Yeah, so I actually wanted to rename them. Actually, let's not rename it. Let me find the default, which was somewhere else. This one. And actually pull it out of main. Because I think it goes to pull it out of app and go pull it in, put it in main. Okay, this is the default. These specify the default, minimum, and maximum vertical field of view. Please wrap that. These are limits to set for the field of view slider as well as the code that handles mouse wheel events. Okay, now that that's there, fix some of these errors, right? Well, I wanted the prefix on all of these to be consistent. FOV default, FOV min, FOV max. import from the crate. And then same thing with these. Import and import. Cool. Should clamp somewhere. There's F64 clamp, and its body is literally the same thing as what I just wrote. Cool. Thank you, Betsig. This is why I stream this stuff. Because you guys are so smart, knowledgeable, experienced, and are helping me think of how I should be thinking of it. So, handling that in app here. So, I guess what I was trying to avoid was double assignment. But let me try to do this the right way. The right way would be to call something called so you're saying it's standard F64 clamp, or is it just F64 clamp? And then I'd have to repeat the original one plus the delta. And then put in my min and max there. Okay. Yeah, I just don't like the fact that I had to repeat it twice. If there was like add and clamp, that would be even better, right? What if I could say like add and clamp? And then this is what I would really like to say. I really like to say that, but we have to be a little bit redundant and say the same thing twice. I could always make an extension. Another trait for my utilities. Add and clamp. Hey, why not? Oh, Rainbow, you were serious? Yes, I was serious. This is a public trait. Load extensions. FN, add and clamp. Self. Mutable. F64 delta in max. Okay. And pull float extensions for F64. Saturating add? Yeah, but there's no clamping add. Would that be a better name though? Clamping add. Then function. Everything okay? Yep. Clamping add. Self equals there. Too many windows. My app. Hiding over there. Ugh. Window navigation is tough. Explicit there. Hold on. What did I do wrong here? Expected immutable reference to a float. Found a float. Found a float where? I did add the dereference though. Chuck? Is cargo Chuck saying, okay, I'll just delete all your code? Clamp actually, why is it? Oh, it wants me to dereference in front of self. Yeah, I'm just getting tired. This should automatically dereference, but the dereference on that not automatic. Oh, I guess I have to dereference on both. There we go. All right, so then all of this is just excessive, but just making a point here. I can just say ruby.clamping add. Isn't that cool? I think that's much easier to read rather than being repetitive like that. I don't know. Maybe it's excessive. I'm just having fun. 11? I've been streaming for how long? Am I getting to my like stream fatigue level? How long have we been going? 3 hours. Yeah, I think I'm getting to the point where I'm streaming longer than I have in the last few weeks, so I'm getting tired. I don't know. How many people are watching? 43? To keep going? Keep going. Okay, we were in the middle of refactoring the event handling, and then we thought Betseg was like, "Hey, let's do the mouse scroll stuff," right? And then I did that, and then okay, so I did a bunch of things without making commits in between. So we're gonna have a lot to say. So refactoring and handling mouse wheel. So extract event handling has a method of app, and then handle mouse wheel events as FOV changes. Then single source of truth for FOV. Let's back that up. I totally have a debounce problem with the E key now. Do you even check what I changed? Nah. I trust it. I laugh because I probably made mistakes, but I'll just go and fix them again. I'm being sort of sloppy. The handle event. How come I'm not seeing it in inner? I'm not seeing handle event. I see handle message. Oh, because the handling event is in the host. That's right. Handle event. Handle window event and handle event. Do I want to break out the non-window event stuff? Maybe the redraw requested? We do that. So handle redraw request. Right click, refactor, inject into function. Call it handle redraw requested. Save. Okay, we got some errors from that. Because the automated thing didn't put in the lifetime there. Right? Oh, no lifetime argument. So what's the problem? Missing generic arguments. What was it? Wait, it really originally was that. I'm missing something. Find multiple times? What? What happened? What did you do, refactoring? Oh, standard ops control flow got imported somehow. Yeah, how did that happen? The refactoring did it. If refactoring got confused. Okay, so we're good. We're good. A colon there. All right, back to being okay. That was weird. It's like it thought, oh, control flow. You want a standard ops control flow, right? Nope. Just out of curiosity, all those events we were getting from events were they debug level or the info level? If they're info level, I want to drop it to debug. I really don't want to see all that spam. Okay, they are info, so I need to go fix that. Find the info. There it is. That should really be a debug. Hey there, 715209. How long have I been using Rust? Oh gosh, has it been like 2 or 3 years now? I've been using Rust since 2017 or 2018. No, not that long ago. Maybe it was. I've lost track. You guys probably know better than I have. It's back when I was doing the game development before I got the current job I have. I was busily programming my game in C++, and people kept coming into chat saying, "What do you think about Rust?" Like, I don't know. I don't know Rust. I like C++. They're like, "Oh well, you'd really like Rust. You should take a look at it." And then I'm like, "Fine." At one point, I'm like, "Okay, I'll take a look." And I started learning it. I'm like, "Wow, this is really cool." So that had to be like, let's say it was late 2018, maybe 2019. That's my guess. 9 June 2020. Okay, so I was off by a year and a half. Just getting started. It does seem cool, really cool. If you're just getting started with it and you're liking this stream, I'm gonna do a little bit of self-promotion. Check out my videos. I have a video series, Introduction to Rust. I'd love it if you'd take a look at it and let me know what you think. I sent you a message? I did? Maybe you were the one instigator of hey, check out Rust. Oh, I never tested to make sure the mouse zoom works. It does. Oh, I'm doing an info for messages at the app level. I mean, I guess that's okay. Nah, it's not okay. Let's hide that spam as well. Here. Again with the bouncing. Import log debug. Musashi, yeah, thanks. Let me know what you think. I also this is probably a mistake, but I also reactivated the invites to my Discord. So you're welcome to join that and let me know what you think there. Debug sounds like a cool function, to be honest. Yeah, here's something that's really cool. Because in my main, I did a when I set up the logging, when I did this EMV simulates another crate's behavior where you can have an environment variable that if you set that environment variable, how come I can't copy paste into my terminal? Okay, for some reason it copy shift paste in the terminal. I can like say debug here and then cargo run. And now I get debug level messages. See that? Isn't that cool? So just with an environment variable, I can start logging more. Or if the spam is too much, I can say, I really only want to see errors, please. And I guess I get warnings too. Okay, so I'm getting warnings and errors. No, nothing else. So that's all pretty cool, I think. Also, I can set the default, and I can also tweak things for like really chatty modules. Like if I turn off these things, you're gonna start to see a whole lot of spam at the info level. it just like was spamming me nonstop with info messages. And I'm like, enough of the info messages. Yeah, all this stuff, all this junk, creating shaders, I'm like, I don't need to know all this, right? Even though it's at info level for some reason, it's like too low level information. So I'm like, figured out a way we can quiet down the chatty submodules. Yeah, I think the logging stuff is pretty neat in Rust. So is the command parsing, by the way. There's this uh, crate called clap, C-L-A-P, that unfortunately named crate. But if you define a structure, so they have something in like this in other languages too. So you define your command line arguments structurally, like declaratively. So in this case, I'm saying I only take one argument, and it's of this type where it could have one of two values. It'll if you do this derive parser, it'll auto-generate the code for the command line argument parsing. So if I do something like cargo run blah, it should say blah is not supported. You should try w init or full tick. Look at that. Invalid value for possible values. It generated the code to make that error message automatically. You can even do a help. And it has this, it auto-generated the usage with the arguments like automatically. So I think that's cool. Any language worth making command line apps in will have something like this, declarative command line arguments. Yeah, pretty sweet. One thing I notice is I think this parse, it exits. That's one bad thing. Normally you wouldn't want this. You'd want it to be fallible, like this setup logging is fallible, or have it return or some kind of error. So you could choose how do you want to deal with it. I guess they made a design decision that if you have bad command line arguments, we're just gonna like quit the program at that point. Okay, am I running out of things to do? That's really a long term to do, if ever. In fact, I'm gonna say that that's not really a to do. I'm just going to say that normally we would have documentation of public interfaces, but since this is a playground / reference project, we're not gonna. There we go. So one less to do. Okay. So this is the only to do left. Is that it might be fun to try running this with SDL too? Consider documentation, yeah. That's maybe another way to put it. But yeah, this project is really just playing around, and so we don't have to document our errors or public interfaces, right? We're not gonna. I only have one to do left, and it's that it might be fun to get this running in SDL. Should I try it? It's gonna be a big boondoggle. Might be. I haven't even finished the full tick one. Can I mark this as like a lower priority to do? Or maybe just leave this. It'd be really cool if I could just say to do low priority. Or consider or something like that. What are the alternatives with to do? I guess we really can't see it with this, can we? My active file. Yeah. It was like to do, you could have fix me. Oh, it was note. That's what it was. If you have note, then it doesn't show up as a to do, but it shows up as a note. That's what I wanted. Just fix me for high priority. Okay, so like maybe fix me to do and then note. Be like low priority. To do light TM. There you go. Okay, I forgot to check this stuff in. Okay, I'm just gonna say for this refactor event handling and clean up logging. Okay, I think I'm done refactoring. Now to something fun. We have one cube. What if I just had a button that let us like add a new cube with a random velocity and position within our little arena? Wouldn't that be fun? Just like randomly add cubes. So when you're publishing it to Steam, wish I could, can't though. So the way I have this set up, I should be able to have like many different instances of the cube, right? So in my app, if I go to inner, I have models with instances, and I can have a vector instances, but right now I only have one lonely cube. What if we had a button that just said, like, add a new cube? Let's add the button first. Where to add it? How about on the button bar? Which was where? Right here, right? So there's force, kick, reset. Let's add a new button. Add. I'm not very creative. Add cube. Only problem is that reset is gonna be like resetting just the first one, right? Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. The message, so then the error takes me down to here where we have to handle the message. How do we handle the message? This is the fun part, right? So self.models.get borrow model type cube, because we're not going to duplicate the ground because that would be just boring, right? If let cubes, then cubes is oh, we have to put some in front. I keep getting my languages screwed up. In Swift, you don't have to have the sum there, but Rust is more flexible. We can have any pattern here. So we have a model with instances, right? So we're not going to really mess with the model, so we'll just rebind cubes to its instances. We're going to be changing this, so we're going to want to get a mutable reference to this, right? Okay, and now cubes is a mutable reference to a vector, so now we can say cubes dot add append. No, it's push, right? Push, and now we're free to make a new model reference, model instance. And then we fill in that model with, how big do we want to make it? Well, we can put whatever we want. How about we pick a random, how did I make random numbers before? This is how I made them. So go back to where I was doing it. Okay, so paste. So a random number, right? This gives me a distribution from 0 to 1, right? So let's say that the size range would be like, the current cube is 1/2 scale, right? So let's go down, let's go from a quarter to 1, so that's 3/4. And then we need to, the minimum would be 1/4, right? Okay, and then draw order, doesn't matter. Rigid body, we need to make one of these, right? Why is this unreachable? Because I have an error. What's the error? Mismatch types, so that's 64, right? Scale is private. Oh, do I have a method on model instance to make a new one? I do. Look at that. Right, because I had a semi-builder pattern thing. I would go do new scaled with rigid body. That's what I did. So new scaled, then I'll put that random scale in there. Okay, with rigid body, and then I have to actually make one. How do we do that? This is how we did it. We had to do a whole bunch of junk. Okay, let's just copy all that junk. Actually, probably should just make a function that does. I should probably refactor this, right? Hey there, Ramy. How are you doing? We're about to throw dice. Throw a dice, and number displayed on the dice everywhere. It'll be randomly chosen. 6 million cubes coming. That's, you know it. Every time I hit that button, I'm gonna have so much fun. I'm gonna keep hitting the button. Unless you kick the ground, then it isn't boring. Oh, that gives me an idea. What if Kick found all of the cubes that are on the ground and then kicked them all in the air randomly? Thank you for the idea. Hey there, Pollux. Wow, a lot of names I haven't seen in a while. Yes, so all of this really needs to be refactored out. But I need to be careful here, because the thing I get out is the rigid body, right? What happens if I just refactor this as is? It returns rigid body. Actually, that's actually what I want. So, fun name. Add cube body. Really, it's new cube body because it's returning the handle. Given a physics world, let's get rid of the prelude handle, shall we? Sure, we'll import it, but then we'll fix it, because that really is from some other part of the I don't like using the prelude. Rigid body handle is probably from dynamics, right? Yeah. Okay. So this will be end up calling my function, right? Self.new. F self? Oh no, this just a free function, right? New body self.physics world mutable. There we go. So now we have two callers for new cube body. Oh, but it assumes a certain position rotation. We should pass those in, right? And also the scale here. Yeah, so where we call this new cube body, I already have the model instance, so we can get some of that stuff from the model instance. This one. Or I was, yeah. I actually kind of want to tie these together, right? Yeah, so really I want this to be refactored out as well. Yep, refactor. Check the function. Oh, that's not exactly what I want. I actually want it to, oh, I need to restructure this first, because we want to insert it with an empty bunch of instances, and then, yeah. Right, so we want there to be initially no instances, but I want an actual call here called if, do it this way, if let some cubes equal self dot models there's no self at this point. See models? Then I don't need an if let. Then it's just, yeah, it's just this. No, it's not this. It's models dot instances. No, sorry. It gets put into a hash map, so it returns an optional value. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so then we do have to pull it back out. If let. It's gonna look weird here because we inserted it only immediately to pull it back out because I'm gonna refactor this in a second. If let sum cubes equals models dot get mute this type. Then all of this stuff. This part. New rigid body. Yeah, I'll fix this in a sec. So really it's cubes dot instances dot push the cube instance. Don't need this anymore. Okay, so that all of that was so that I can refactor this out. With a new fun name of new cube. Okay, so that I need to find where I call that at the other place. Here. And I actually just want to call new cube on this. Self.new. No, it's just new cube, right? Right, so mutate the models. Mutate the physics engine. Physics world. I'm not done with this code yet because that randomness, like this is just going to add one where the on top of where the other one was. You know, it's actually fine for now. Oh, except for I didn't position it, did I? I did position it. Okay, so this will have the amusing effect of putting the new cube where the old one was. Let's see what it does. If the other has, yeah, they all have collision, so they're gonna start bouncing into each other. And if I hit it twice, they'll be inside each other. So now if I add one, it crashes. Why? Oh no! Oh, we called write buffer more than once? Oh, that's a problem. Yep, we got a bug. I think I know where it is, but I'm gonna see this for sure. Oh. That's right, it's Control Shift C and then Control Shift V. Control Shift V? Weird keyboard combination. Cargo run. Oh wait. Okay. See if I'm right about my guess. So this line. Oh, it's up here. Yep, it's right here. It's that we're updating the instance buffer more than once, the per instance buffer. The problem is that this buffer should have the should only be written once per render call, but here I'm updating it for every model instance. And then this is wrong. The number of instances is wrong. So this only really worked because we had one instance. So now we actually have more than one instance. This should actually be the number of instances. So that would be model instances dot count or length. Is that not right? Oh, expected U32. So what, as U32? And then the warning probably is that it's going to truncate, which is correct. It may truncate, so we're going to allow the possible truncation. All right, and then that needs to be moved outside of that loop. It is outside the loop. Okay, that's one part of it. We only draw once. The other part is we should only write the buffer once. This vertex uniforms. Yeah, so this needs to be constructed outside and filled in by this loop. So let's do that outside the loop. So this would be like a vector. So it's mutable. I don't think we need to say the type. It's just vec new. Okay, and then we're going to fill it in somewhere, and then we're going to write it once before we draw. And yeah, so then we don't have to do this. We can just put a 0 here, I think. Right? What is write buffer? It's the offset. How does it know the size? Oh, because it uses the size of the slice. Okay. So then, yeah, just say 0 here. And then I bite muck cast. Yeah, exactly. Cast slice. There we go. What we do when you get to the 4 billionth cube, then we're screwed. We can't draw more than 4 billion of them. Yeah, well, we'll try to recreate that bug. See you in a billion years. Actually, not that long. 10,000 years probably would take. How many times does it take to a click until you get 4 billion clicks? Anybody play Cookie Clicker and just clicked and never did any of the upgrades? Can tell me how long it took to get to 4 billion. All right, so then this just really fills it in, right? So wouldn't it just be vertex informs dot push? That? Okay, and then what's the error up here? That should be an equal. Another error. There's no, it provides the slice. Okay, and then there's a warning. We don't use the instance offset. Okay, why would we ever need to use the instance offset? Oh, I was using it for the offset into the buffer, so we don't need that, right? So this just becomes instance. And we get rid of both the iter and the enumerate. As long as I borrow from instances, right? Ripple reference? What's the problem here then? Not an iterator. Do I need to dereference once? That's odd. I would think that the deref would do that for me, but why not? Or why? I don't know. This is doing something like really silly though. It is recomputing the perspective and the view over and over again. So what if I, since I'm here, why don't I fix that? So the view and the perspective don't change for all these cubes, right? So those ought to be extracted out of the loop. So we'll put it up here. So we compute the view matrix, the perspective matrix, and then we do the matrix multiplication here. We can combine projection and view together, right? We can do that multiply once. So what's the verb here? Like combine, compose, view, and perspective transforms. View, perspective equals the multiplication of those two. It's right to left. So then that multiply is only done once. So then the only per loop multiply is the model times the view perspective. All right, let's run it. World record is 17.4 clicks per second. That's 7.8 years. Oh, that's not too long. I just have to become a world record cookie clicker. Okay, hitting the infamous add button. And it crashes still. Okay, where's my bug now? The destination buffer size is incorrect. Right, we need to make the buffer big enough. Okay, so where is that buffer? It's this per instance buffer. Okay, reconstructed it there. So I guess we have to reconstruct it every time we add a new instance, right? Yeah, so this just makes one of them. I guess I should just... This is in model new. Where does this go? It goes into self right here. What to do here? This should really be optional, right? We don't have it until... We don't really need it until we're actually... until we add instances. Model doesn't even know how many instances there are. It really doesn't even belong here. It doesn't belong here, but unless the model knew about the instances, so it doesn't. It really does need to know. So have some... There really should be something like called like add model or add instance or something. So for now, let's do a pub function add instance that just does that. And then this, okay, so this starts out at none. And then we remove that out. We're going to have a count though, right? So to do, we probably want more. We probably want to own the instances here instead of keeping a shadow copy of the instance count. That's what I'm going to do. Num instances. Use size. So it begins at 0. And then this becomes self.num instances times that. And that multiply happens before we go to a U64, and then we do self.num instances plus equal 1. Okay, we need access to a device. We don't keep that, we just borrow it, so we'll need to borrow it again. All right, and then this should say sum in front, or does this automatically? Oh, we just made it, we didn't do anything with it. So yeah, self dot per instance buffer equals sum vertex buffer uniforms buffer, disposing of the old one. Okay, so then what's going on here? Yeah, so we're only going to write it if there is one. That's not the right thing. Per instance buffer. Then do that. That gonna work? Because buffer is copyable. That just works. Buffer's copyable? Really? We don't really want to copy them though. Really would rather do this. There we go. Okay, so now wherever we add, we need to. This is the weird. Hold on, I have an error. Oh, again, only if per instance buffer equal borrow the models per instance buffer. Then we can do this. Okay. 2 warnings, probably back here. That we're not calling add instance, and we're not doing anything with num instances because I'm getting hungry. Is anyone else getting hungry? It's lunchtime here. Yeah, this new cube, right? Right. When we do that, we got to go to the cubes model and call add instance. Then we have to have a device. So we have to move the device has to be in there. To update the buffer, right? So then it's needed here. There we go. There's one place, and then the second place. Oh, we haven't made self yet. It's just device. We not have a device yet? Okay, we can't do that until we have a device. So where do we get that? We do have a device. Where is it? It's up here. Okay, so we do have it. Need to borrow it. Whew! Okay. See if this works now. Hey there, man cow. How are you doing? Man cow 90. Back streaming. Yep, and on a weekend is no less. Okay, what'd I do wrong? Vertex buffer must be set. So somehow we didn't set it. Even though we had a cube. So what happened? It should have set one because we create one right away here. So this should have added an instance which should have bumped that to 1. And so it should have created a buffer and set it. Why did that not work? Wait, 350. Okay, try that again. Right there. Ah. Probably getting all the way down into here, right? And then, oh, it's not the cube, it's the ground. We never added the ground instance. Where is the ground added? Yeah, I did all of this, and I forgot to do models. Dot. See, I pre-made it. So shoot. I guess I'll just copy what I had here. This, where is it? I'm getting all confused. Oh, it was inside of here now, right? Ah. Actually, what if I just have the new... What if I just pre-make this ground model? I'll just hack it in here. Initial instances, well, num instances. The total hack. I'll clean this up later. Which I will dutifully mark with a to-do. But I want to play with cubes right now. Shouldn't need to pre-populate instances. Okay. So that's here. So then I can go back here, and I can say there's 0 cubes to begin with, but there is 1 ground. There we go. There's a ground. I don't need this line. Wait, what? I forgot what question we were talking about. Okay, I thought it would be set. So where is it not being set? Where I had that iflet, let's catch it early. So, that's in the model renderer, right? Where we set the buffer. Actually, we should unwrap there anyway. Where do I bind it? That's where we write to it. Is it in draw indexed? Nope. Definitely not there. It'll be where we bind the buffer. Where do I do that? Here. So this should... It doesn't make sense not to bind it, so we will just unwrap this. Put this here. Unwrap it. Which we need to do an as ref first. So we should see it crash there first. Saying that there is no per instance buffer for something, and then I can see what are we drawing. Okay. Panicking. All right. Our batch. Okay, we don't know which model it is. So how about we debug what we're drawing? The model type is not known there. Do I know the model? I know the model type in there. What do I do with the model type? Batch model type. Oh, it is in the batch. Okay, so then I can just info it here. Drawing batch for debug print. Batch model type. How come I can't info that out? It doesn't implement debug. Well, we can make it. Certainly make it. Now it does. Easy peasy. Oh, when was the ground created? Oh, okay. Ask God, maybe the second day or something. Now, when did I create the ground? Drawing batch for ground. Okay, so the ground is still missing its transforms. Okay, so I thought I added the code for that. So the problem is the ground. Here's the ground. Add them. Oh, I'm silly me. I forgot to call add. One isn't good enough. Right, in the new, we have to do that. Right. Okay, this is you're gonna hate this. So gonna hate it. So we can't just do none there, or we can do it this way. Let this equal self, and then put that to 0. Oh, this is you guys are gonna hate this. Total hack. For blank in 0 to num instances. This is mutable, by the way. This is a total hack. I hate this. I already hate it. Why am I doing this? This dot add instance device. Yeah, that'll hack it to go, but then we got to fix that. So basically, it creates models with no space for the transform buffer, and then just says, "Oh, you want one ground? Okay, let me just add one now," rather than like building it. Okay, so that info message is spamming us. So I can get rid of that now, right? Unless let's hit add. There's the other cube. There's the other cube on top of the first one. Another one, and then yeah, so it kind of blows up if you put one inside of another one. They kind of blow up. I'm just gonna hit this button. Let's zoom out a bit. Lots of cubes. You knew I would do it as soon as I was able to. We got a lot of them. Okay, now which one are we kicking? Oh, it's in there somewhere. There it is. There's our cube number 1. Reset. Add more. Kick. Get to 2 to the 32. We should probably put a counter there. Actually, you know what I should really do is I should have like a slider for how many do you want to add, and then a total number that you have. Okay, we got to do that. Then I can put in 1 billion and watch it blow up. Okay, this will be fun. Hold my beer. This is a hold my beer moment. Okay, so info overlay. So we're gonna make this called add cubes, and we're gonna have a number in here, purposefully very large. Okay, and then write n. So this will have a 4 to n, add cube, right? Very innocuous, right? Just, do it a certain number of times. Borrow. Okay. So back where this is called. There. N. Well, we're going to have a self dot num cubes to add. And we will put that in our state. We will initialize it to 1, but we will add, we're going to take this add button out. So we're going to put it inside of another horizontal with a label. That, right? There. Okay, so this is gonna be I even need a label in front. I think we're just gonna have a slider. Gonna have a slider. And where do I set the value on it? Oh, it's in this thing. Num cubes to add. From 1 to what is it? U size max? What's it's like I know it is in C++ as standard limits, but what is it in Rust? Or can I use an unbounded range? 1 to any number? No, it has to be a bounded range. Okay, so we'll just do 1 billion at a time. 1 to 1 billion. Is that not a good number? It needs to be inclusive. Okay, fine. Inclusive range. There you go. Step. I don't think we need step by. This is going to be absurd. 1 to a billion. That's not even the max capacity of my code yet. U size max? Okay, thank you. Actually, this is going to be crazy because it's not going to be 4 billion. It's going to be in the quadrillions, right? Yeah, let's keep it sane. Let's keep it a billion. I mean, come on, you don't need more than a billion new cubes at once. So slider and then a button. Okay, what could go wrong? Just adding a slider and a button. I mean, come on. All right, so add 1 cube, no big deal. Okay, add a billion. What is that? 10 million cubes. It's gonna run out of memory. It's gonna run out of memory. It's trying. It's trying. Rip. Rip frames per second. Did I kill the virtual machine? Ruh-roh. Yeah, virtual machine dead. Probably shouldn't have done that. Okay, it was too insane. Although I guess it's a good test. Oh, killed. Reopen. Is it still running? You killed the wrong guy. Kill that guy. Killed the Visual Studio Code instead of my program. It blamed the wrong process. There, I killed them both, I think. Actually, it killed everything. Everything is dead. Alright, we're back. This is why you should run it on a virtual machine, by the way. So, I shouldn't use a billion. How about we go something like up to 1,000? It'll still be fun. Yeah, it killed the wrong process. It blamed the wrong guy. Actually, maybe it is the right guy to blame. All right, so add 1 cube, no big deal. How about add 70 cubes? Wow. Okay. It just kind of blew up because it put them all in the same spot. 20? Adding 20 cubes at once. It blows up right away. So we should probably put some offset between so they don't blow up like this, right? It's a little hard for it to keep up with the frame rate. Some of them are sticking around. By the way, here's cube number 1, the alpha cube. He can be kicked. Just add 10 at once. Oh, how about if we just add 3 at once? Yeah, see, they're being added into the same spot. That's the 10 FPS you were looking for? Oh, we forgot to put the count of the number of cubes. That would be like a label? Like one of these? Format. Self dot num cubes. I'm just playing around, so I'm just gonna have a its own counter. We'll just have to have it. It just has to kind of know in advance that we started with 1. Otherwise, the count will be off by 1, right? You know, we're also just running the debug build. Maybe we'll get higher FPS with the release build. Okay, so add 10, we have 11, 21, 31, 41. I pressed it a few more times. Now we're up to 101. So it should be able to deal with 100 cubes. If I do 100 add. I bet it's the physics engine collision solver. It's like, oh my god, I have 100 things on top of each other suddenly. What do I do? Because once it settles, it goes back up to 50 frames per second, right? It's that initial like, oh, you just added 100 things on the same spot. Yeah. So that tells me that we should probably put them in somewhat random spots around each other, right? Yeah, 100 cubes being static versus 100 cubes being calculated for collision. Well, what if we just don't put them all in the same spot? Um, so that's what I was sort of getting at before, where these like have a fixed position right now, right? It's in this rigid, this new cube body. Here's their fixed position, right? So what we really want to do is pass that in. Why did I do it this way for one way and that way the other way? This should have been like this for both, right? But yeah, we should have a translation here, right? Position. Physics engine uses 32-bit positions, right? So this kind of moves out to all the callers of new cube body. So final references. Okay, so that kind of moves to there. And then we use position here. Okay, so then let's move it one step more out. Vec or 3 F32. Okay, new cube, all references. There. And then our loop, right? Okay, so here's our opportunity to put them in different spots. So position. Cool. That. All right, so let's make it mutable. And branch just fell off the tree outside. Good thing it was a small branch. Palm trees have a tendency to drop their branches every once in a while. Okay, position. I don't need a let actually. Position dot x plus equal this thing, right? a random F32 multiplied by, I don't know, 5 maybe? Let's do the same thing with the Z coordinate. Put them all near each other, right? Annotations needed. So it's a vector 3. That's what happens when you like do some intermediate operation between where you do the into and where you actually, it needs to know the type, which is here. Is that screws up the type inference, so you have to be precise. Okay, enough explanation. Let's have fun. Do 1,000 at a time before doing it? I know. Silly me. I didn't know the physics engine would blow up that hard. 50 cubes. There we go. That sort of works better. Get an explosion of cubes. Okay, but I think I need to adjust this slider again, right? Shouldn't go to 1,000. Go to 100. Now do 1,000. Well, I'll do 1,000 by hitting 100 10 times. How about that? Zoop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it only heard me 3 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whoa, frame rate's low. I think we need to try the release build. Yeah, it's not keeping up to 60 frames per second, is it? No, we haven't tried the release build yet. Also, we're getting a lot of spam from the drawing, so let's cut that spam out. Don't need that anymore. Cargo. Run. Dash dash. Release. Now we get to chat for about an hour while it compiles with the release, with the optimizer turned on. You saw that 3 FPS, let's go! Do you have culling implemented? Yes, I think so. That would be around here somewhere, right? Yes, cull mode. We have backface culling turned on. And I have a depth buffer now. Didn't have a depth buffer when we started. We have a depth buffer. This is Rust Stack Overflow talking about... I'm not sure what you're getting at. So this is the Rust Stack Overflow talking about. I don't know. Don't know what we're talking about. Did Stack Overflow lead here? What is culling? It is basically saying that you don't need to draw all the pixels on a cube when you're going to project it on a 2D screen. You only have to show the ones that are facing forward. The back-facing triangles of the shape don't need to be drawn at all. So that's one stage, is like you just drop all the faces of the cube that aren't facing the camera. That's the culling. But then we also have a depth buffer, which means that if like you had two faces that were both facing the camera, one is in front of the other, then if you draw the one in front first, then when it goes to draw the one in behind, it says, oh, I've already written a pixel at that position on the screen, and it has a depth of X, and you're asking me to draw one at Y, and Y is behind X, so I don't need to draw it. Number 1 in survey. Don't know what you're getting at, Foji. Let me look at your message history. Oh, interesting. Okay. 2 days ago, you wrote Rust, 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 and that's all you said. Then a week before that, you said, what about Rust and Web API? Is it really worth to learn? Then, I can't scroll anymore. And then you were planning to ship from PHP to Rust. What do I think? So I don't know where you're going, OG, but you're actually rooting from Rust. I can't understand anything you're saying. The sentence is this way. This is Rust Stack Overflow talking about. Yeah, yeah. Don't know. Don't understand anything you're saying right now. So add 100 cubes. Ooh, that was nice and smooth. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so it was just we weren't running the optimized build. Now that we're running the optimized build, I can create hundreds of cubes at once and watch them all go exploding everywhere. Okay, we got like. Okay, I think we need to. I think we need to raise that limit. Obviously, now we have to raise that limit. All right. Let's go to 10,000. Get a transparent ground or semi-transparent ground. I don't know if I have the alpha channel turned on that thing, but I can look at that. I was mostly thinking just bring the FOV way out and then why are we adding 1 or 2 when we could add 10,000? Okay. Maybe 10,000 is too much. That's like clicking 100 simultaneously. 100 times 100, right? Too much? Can't kill it. Can I kill it from here? Yes, I can. All right, saved. Let's not do 10,000. Let's just do 1,000. Did I run release? I did. Okay, so it does struggle when you add 1,000 at once. It does struggle. 500 it can do reasonably well. Okay, so then I guess 1,000 is a more reasonable limit for now. Spawns a couple hundred on the same position again. Yeah, that's probably what it is. So then I can make use of the third dimension, right? Back where we made them. Or was it down here somewhere? Yeah. I don't need this commented code anymore, right? So we can just do it with the y coordinate too, but I don't want to put them under the ground, so we'll just bias it by 5. So from 5 to 10. Now I bet I can add 1,000. Okay, we didn't see any fallout from Foji, so I'm wondering if Foji is an AI chatter. All right, add 1,000. There we go. We got 1,000, and they kind of exploded everywhere. I mean, a lot of them are in motion, and we're still getting 60 FPS. I think that's pretty impressive. Look at that, just cubes everywhere. They're just flying everywhere. We have a whole bunch on the ground here. Is our original one around here somewhere? Oh, there it went. It must have got kicked off into the stratosphere somewhere. It's interesting to see them like hit other things when it lands. I don't know. These subtleties in this physics engine, I think, are cool. The bitrate is suffering? It shouldn't. Oh, you mean if you're watching it transcoded down. So when I do that, yeah, I'm adding a lot of randomly colored pixels everywhere on your screen, right? Is there also frustum culling on? Yeah, there should be frustum culling. Actually, no, there's not. We are not culling all that. The way we would do that is we just wouldn't draw the thing. It's still going to compute all of the. Well, it's going to go through the vertex shader, and it's going to basically have nothing to go to the fragment shader. So it's sort of culled by the fact that we only make it through half of the graphics pipeline before it says, "Oh, I don't have anything to draw now," because you drew it all off screen. Hello, I'm just going to say, Zach, how are you doing? Yeah, we're playing with graphics today and physics engines. And we just got this amazing thing working where I can kill the bit rate. And then now we're down to 27 FPS. So what? We passed 10,000 or so? I guess it killed the frame rate. I wasn't watching, so I don't know the point. Why make this small when I can make it bigger also? Whoa, bigger. Increase field of view. Let's just add 100 at a time. And now it's just raining cubes, right? But I'm gonna watch the point at where it drops from 60 frames per second down. Okay. The cameras, some of them are on top of the camera apparently. So now we can't see. Okay. I didn't expect that to happen. So instead of exploding, they kind of all collected on the platform. Try that again. So what? I just need to click faster. So bring the FOV out, go to 100 or so. How about let's just do 200 at once and just add, and then like, yeah, keep clicking. Hopefully they won't collect on the platform too much. Well, they are still collecting. Yeah. Oh well, it's raining cubes. Do you know web scraping? Web scraping, what's that? Oh, I don't have my web browser window open. Let's open that. Is it gonna remember the session I had? Yes. Ah, good. I got all my tabs back. Chromium's awesome. Web scraping. Web harvesting or web data abstraction. Oh, extracting. Oh, yeah. I made a web scraper once. It was for fantasy football or something like that, like 20 years ago. Back in the day when like there wasn't a whole lot of graphics on the page, so I made a program that just went to a web server and downloaded a page and then found the area of the text I wanted, which was the scores of various football games, and I would scrape stuff for that. So yeah, I know a little bit about it. Why do you want to know about? What do you want to know about web scraping? Looks like you could go to any search engine and learn more than I already, I still know. I was wondering if there's a way to like clear the camera. Wouldn't it be just like go to every, like what's the simple way to clear the camera? Create a cube right at 000 and it would just blow everything up? You would think that adding but the cubes are starting at 5 to 10, right? So if I really wanted to make sure the ground was clear every time, I would, oh no, this is from 0 to 5. Oh, but we're starting at 0. Well, this should be 0, by the way. Oh no, front. Yeah, this should be some of the cubes should go to the origin, right? I wonder why some of them aren't. Zero to 5 plus 5 is 5 to, oh, that is 0 to 5. Okay, I was thinking it was -1. So, yeah, these are all biased. So we need to unbias them. And I don't need to actually add. Yeah, I forgot it's from 0 to 1, not -1 to 1. It'll probably look better. Just leave this here, bigger cubes. Oh, I never tweaked the scaling factor. I should do that. And now, yeah, now they just kind of fill this. Okay, I don't like that. Let's put it in front of. Let's bias the Z. So bias. That should bias it. Oh, but that unbiases it. Yeah, we don't want that. Okay, that's what happened. It was all pulling them in front of us. Default it to 100. Still putting some of them in front of the camera. I don't like that. Camera should be further away. Well, I could move the camera. Why don't I just do that? Let's move the camera. Where do they set up the camera? That was right around where we tell it to draw and then draw models. Actually, no. Yeah, yes, draw models and then was it all inside of here? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so I was rotating it, but not doing a translation. So let's add a translation to the camera. So that would be unit quaternion. No, not a unit quaternion. Matrix 4 translation. New translation. There we go. Move it to pot in the positive z axis, right? Move it 10 out. Borrow that, I guess. All right. So now I move the camera 10 out after rotating the view. Okay, yeah, I did it in the wrong order. I was just thinking, like, I think maybe it needs to be the other way. So that would be this times that. It's backwards because we're actually, yeah, can't answer that. Okay, now, no, it's completely screwed up. Oh, it's the other way. Sorry. It's not that I got that backwards, it's that I got this backwards. We have to move the world out from the camera. You know, it's the world. We're moving the world relative to a fixed camera is what we're doing. There we go. So we moved it back. So now when I add, I should actually move it even further back. Move it like 50 out. Now we'll be seeing the ground, the little platform from a distance. There it is. Maybe a little up. Maybe 20 up. So we're not like. Oh, wrong way. Again, I gotta move the ground down. Move the camera up. Move with WASD, new input method. More pressure. Add more to the program, right? Okay, now we're actually too high. Would it be? Would the angle be like that? Huh. Oh, I am doing this in the wrong order. Yeah, it's rotating the camera around. So we want to move and then rotate. I think. If you do a translation and a rotation in the wrong order, you end up moving and rotating and then moving then rotating are different. Yeah, so this is better. So now we're looking up and down. So add 100 cubes or so. There they go. That's a much better view, I think. Now we can see the explosion of cubes, and we can see them all falling off the edge, and we can see the ones that are remaining on the edge. And if I really wanted to, I need to reduce. I need to allow the field of view to be reduced further. Small. So actually, that was in main, right? Yeah. Put that to 10. Think you should use web scraping, although it might not comply with policies or APIs, to find a remote job market data sources. Would like to have access to LinkedIn API, something similar. I don't see why. Why would you want to use web scraping? Just like you want to automate the process of finding jobs? Why would you want to do that? Like, to, wouldn't you care about the jobs you're looking for enough to you'd want to look at them yourself? I don't know. I might be a little bit naive about that. Sounds to me like that's something you wouldn't want to automate. You like make lots of cubes and let me zoom in on it. Yeah, there we go. Like zoom in on that platform. I can see what remains here. Oh, our cube number one's in there somewhere. There it is. Okay, and then I wanted to randomize their size too. How do we do that? It's handle message, add cubes. Here we go. It's this scaling factor here. And actually that's tied into this new cube body, right? There's also a scaling factor there. So kind of need it in both places. So scale. Depends. What are the units here? Real numbers. So what, I can take anything? So how about keep it the same units as position. So this is scale 3 times. Scale, scale, scale. Okay. Cube body. Scale is going to be passed in. All right. Scale equal. The cursor's all wrong. Weird. Okay, anyway. I had this written down somewhere, but I don't remember where I put it. I probably deleted it. I wanted like from 0.25 to 2. So that would be times 1.75, right? Plus 0.25. So it goes from 0 to 1 to 0 to 1.75 to 0.25 to 2. Okay, and then this one I just wanted to hard code it to 4.5, the initial cube. All right. LinkedIn is purposely made hard to scrape anyway. They are really keen on detecting that and putting a stop to it immediately. Why is that? They don't want people making spam to target LinkedIn people, I guess, and scrape it for their names and email addresses or whatever. Yeah, that's usually the reason why web scraping can be bad is it can be misused to automate like nefarious things. Okay, why is it totally blowing up now? Is that because some of them are bigger? I guess so. We add fewer. That's not so impressive. How do we make the size difference bigger? Probably need to just space them out a little bit more too, right? Um, Out here, right? Okay, bigger. So, and some of them smaller too. How about we go down to 0.1? We can go up to 4, so 3.9. 0.1 to 4. And then let's space them out a little bit more so they don't blow up as much, I guess. And there's no reason to do that anymore, right? And this bias is unnecessary because we pulled the camera back anyway. What, visitor data for some nefarious purpose? Yeah, probably. That's why if you couldn't tell, that's why I really didn't give any information other than like, what is the definition of that and what do I know about it? It's still blowing up. Why you blow up cubes? Fewer of them. That's interesting. Some of them like I think they must all just be intersecting each other. Right. Go to smaller. I guess I could just vary the wide dimension more. They could start higher up. If I add them one at a time. Oh, you know what? I just noticed the rotation is all the same. Blowing up quite quickly. Killed a bit right there. There still seems to be I think there's still a bias, positional bias in there. Oh, I forgot to subtract. Why? On these two. Means I could double the area and still have some of them landing on the ground. Yeah, now they should be landing everywhere around there. Making them pop into existence. Okay. I should probably check this stuff in, right? Fun with cubes. So, I did do some refactoring, so like the creation of new cubes, right? So, refactor how new cubes are created. And fix instancing issues. Um, add ability to create new cubes. Okay, I think that's good enough. Okay, update. Made a couple to-dos for myself, right? Time to clean these up. These are kind of related to each other, right? That we have to know how many, and that we have control over a per instance buffer, but the model really isn't responsible over the instances. Kind of tells me that it doesn't belong here, right? This per instance buffer probably belongs with the instances. I think the problem is though that render defines a type for the instances. Oh, what's this thing? Never renamed that. Configuration. Fix that. Okay, this thing. Where do we get that? Ah, it's part of the subject. So we just get a slice of instances, right? And this is called by who? Here. Oh, because I had batched them by draw order and don't really need this anymore. But yeah, this batch has a vector of instances. Oh, this is a problem, isn't it? Now that I think about it, it's gonna reuse a per instance buffer. Oh, but the number is always going to be less than the total. How it works. But yeah, where's that buffer now? The buffer is built into this model, right? And this model contains per instance buffer that's big enough for all the total instances that we have. But the instances that we're actually drawing could be fewer than that. I think that's fine. Because draw runs. Yeah, all right, that's right. We copy, we push, we construct each transform for each instance as we loop through, right? Yeah, so this just works because there'll never be more instances than there are space in the buffer for it. Yeah, there might be fewer though if we end up having split it up into different batches. Okay, so never mind. Why are some floating and some intersecting with the ground? I didn't see any intersecting with the ground. Are the rotations randomized? No. Did you actually see some of them intersecting with the ground? I thought they were like leaning against each other. So add like a bunch. Oh, maybe too many once. If you add too many, they explode. Still too many. Add 10 at a time? Add 10 at a time and pause between adds. Anyway. I don't think they're actually intersecting with the ground, although what's going on there? Are they digging into the ground? I think they are digging into the ground. I think you're right. I didn't see that before. Look at that. What's going on there? Is that one hanging in the air? Oh, huh. Does that mean there's some that are invisible? I think we have some invisible cubes going on. Or I got a bug. Look at that. There's like something there. There's a collider body there, but we're not seeing it. Huh. So I got a bug somewhere? Add them one at a time. Oh, I think I do have a bug. Look at just adding one and like motion doesn't look right anymore. Okay, I got a bug. There's some bug going on. Oh, I think Jopfo's got it. Yeah. Yep. That's what I did wrong. That's the bug. We told the physics engine the correct size, but we didn't tell the graphics the right size. Yeah. Okay. Where did I do that? When we created it, right? New cube. Look at that. That should be scale. That makes a lot more sense. Only that needs to be. I'll just do what it suggests. It wants 64-bit. Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me. That's also I was changing the sizes and I was like kept thinking that I was seeing different sizes, but I wasn't. Yeah, there we go. Now we have some cubes that are bigger than others. Okay. That's what happens when I try to do more than one thing at once. I had been like playing around with those sizes, but not really looking at the feedback from it, right? This thing. I was playing around with these numbers, but then I wasn't waiting to see what the results were. So obviously some of the scales are way too big. So let me shorten this down to 0.1 to, oh, we can actually make it even smaller. How about 0.01 to no more than 1, so that would be 0.9. 0.9. Which the reference cube is actually 2 by 2 by 2. There we go. We got all sorts of different sizes now. Okay. So we shouldn't have any clipping into the ground. Now that we're drawing them the correct proportions. Thank you for spotting that. I think the problem is I gotta get something to eat. Fix 2 problems. Here's one problem. Actually draw models. Well, actually, well, same size as their bodies. And this change was just to remove, give proper name to renderer configuration. Yeah. Now where was I? I forgot where I was. Close everything. The app uses a lot of things and it's getting quite long, right? Oh, it was the to-dos, right? I was trying to decide. Yeah, this thing. If we're constantly writing to this buffer, why don't we just allocate the buffer, like, can we allocate it during the render pass? Then I don't need to track the number, and I don't need to keep it here. It could just be a temporary buffer. See what happens if I get rid of this? If instead of having a per instance buffer, we just like make the renderer create one. Um, let's see where that leads. If I delete this, what happens? Then it leads to these. That's easy to fix. We don't need add instance anymore. So let's comment that out. We don't need to do this. So yeah, this can all be fixed. Clean that up. Again with the ease. Stop it. All right, and then back here, we need to do that. Okay. Then we get down here where we need to have a per instance buffer. So my idea was just make one here. And the problem is we have to set it up here. We can do that, right? I can create it and set it before we draw. So yeah, why don't we do that? So I will do this here. Up here. Let's just do it right here. So comment this out. Back in. So we need to have a device. So we need a buffer descriptor. That's fine. Yeah, we don't have a device. So let's get the device in here. app. Which position did I put it in? It put it right before the queue. Okay, back to render. All right. So then this moves. Comment out the original. I don't know why commenting. I could just move it because I always go back to get this back, right? So that kind of goes here. So then vertex uniforms buffers takes the place of this. We don't need to do this or that. We just write it to the queue. Vertex uniforms buffer goes there. Expected to borrow. Okay. Okay, so instead of this num instances now, we can just use this vertex uniform size or length, right? Borrow here. Nope. Why can't I do that? Not live long enough. Borrowed value does not live enough. Dropped on 160. Okay, so we can't just make one because the render pass is going to borrow it. Well, that's the problem. That's why we can't do it. It has to live as long as the render pass. So can I cause draw again? To view call hierarchy. There we go. So here's the lifetime of the render pass. So if there was a way maybe that we could persist that buffer until the render pass is done, that means it has to kind of go with the render pass then, right? Okay, so this doesn't sound like an easy. That's the only error? That's the only error. That's essentially it. It's not going to live long enough because the render pass holds on to it until it's done. Probably like you can't call it more than once, probably, right? Like I can't change it after I draw. Or can I? Maybe I can just set it to none here. What happens if I do that? Subsequent calls to draw on this render pass. Okay, can I just give it a 0? Slot 1 buffer slice. I have to give it some buffer slice. Can I say like release? Oh, I can't. Release. How does this work? Yeah, it's the buffer slice is borrowed for the whole render pass problem. There's no way out of it. So I'm just thinking that that kind of means that for the model here, it does need to know the number of instances, but maybe the instance buffer doesn't need to go here. Maybe that's not needed there. Okay, let's back out these changes. Discard all 3 files. Yay! Back to where we were working again. Don't save. I just tell this to close all. Hit. Okay, I have to hit save once for Rust Analyzer to update. That's right. Okay. Let me at least fix this one. Shouldn't need to pre-populate instances. So, get rid of num instances. What happens? Create a new model. The num instances should be 0, and we shouldn't need to do this junk. So I should be able to just say that, right? Problem with that is the way I constructed the ground. So that's where we'll have to fix things. So that's fine. I don't have to say anything there. It's here when we constructed the ground. I had to say 1 because there's nothing that ever went into the model and told it that we added a ground instance. Yeah. I'm keeping the ground draw order because I'm still thinking that I might use it when we make things transparent. Oh, and we were supposed to make the ground transparent and see what that looked like. Anyway, I think I have to be able to go to the ground model and tell it that we added an instance. Whoops. And that creates the buffer. Is that all I need to do then? Well, why didn't I do that before? That's all I needed to do. Why didn't I do it before? I don't know. That's all I needed to do. Look at that. We're back. Kick. Kick. Bounce. They're not very bouncy, are they? It doesn't really bounce for satisfactorily. All right. Fix that one problem at least. Changes, git commit. So fix handling of model instance counter. Okay. You want me to fix the randomize the rotation? That's inside of here. We did I add it here? Yeah, here's the rotation. So one problem I have is that the model itself, I mean the model instance, where is that? The model instance. Okay, actually, there's another problem here I noticed. The model instance has a handle to a rigid body, so like, really we want to create the physics object first, right? And then Yeah, we don't have a problem then. I'm thinking. Wait. Oh, right, right. That's why I have the scale separately for where is it? Losing my place. This scale is separate from the rigid body handle because I had the problem that it's not easy to ask the it's not easy to ask the rigid body what its scale is because it really gets baked into the collider. But yeah, I think yeah, we should probably move the rotation out. Let's make that a unit quaternion. That. Really, they're not compatible? Oh, it's too homogeneous, right? No, what is it? Oh, it's Euler angles, right? So I should be able to say rotation dot two. How come it's not helping me? Dot dot. Oh, because this is not imported anymore. Dot two. Euler angles is can't call it. Use Euler angles instead. It's been renamed. Okay. Euler angles. Expected 3x1 matrix. What did it get instead? Found a tuple. I guess that we do into. There's no way to get a vector from a tuple? Um, okay. Can I get like that as a vector? No? Okay, we'll add a helper. Um, so we'll actually implement that in our utilities. So vector extensions will work, right? Well, except for once the 32. Actually, this will work. So we'll go from a U32, U32, U32 to a self. To a self. Yes. Exactly. So then this is angles. So then extend, please. I should be able to say that. How come that didn't work? Uh, oh, it's named the same thing. Oh, right. I'm doing this wrong. It should be into. Yeah, I'm doing the wrong trait thing. I was gonna do implement into. I don't know if it'll let me though. So the idea was impl into or from. Yeah, it's not going to let me do this for the same reason it wouldn't let me earlier. So I do need to make an extension on a vector. Uh, from tuple. That's what we'll call it. From tuple. Vector 3, yeah, but that looks gross. Is there a vector extensions? Oh, that's my vector extensions. Yeah. Um, I want to say, and not into, but I want to wrap this whole thing around and say vector 3 from tuple. Oop, why did I have u in there? That's wrong. F32. Oh, what did this used to be? 151. Oh, and I can't copy from that. Dang it. Oh well. We should pass this through, right? So it should be a rotation. Scale. And call hierarchy. I don't know what I had here. Doesn't really matter. I just had random things in here. Yeah, we can't do that. Okay, what did I have fun? What did I actually have in the other place? Losing my position in the code. Okay. Oh, right. It was always Euler angles before. Now it's not. So now now it needs to be a unit quaternion. So axis angle. There we go. Oh, this is the other way. How do I do from axis angle? There we go. From axis angle. So what axis do we want? And then what angle? Let's do like half a radian along, I don't know, leak angle of some kind. So matter. It needs to be a unit. So normal. Two unit. Oh, but I didn't have that for a vector. Dang it. I have 2 unit for quaternion, but not for a vector. Okay, let's just add it. Vector extensions, 2 unit. Oh, this is gonna be complicated because it's, yeah. So never mind. Just do this properly. Unit axis. No, that's not right. Vector. new normalize. Yeah, that's it. Oh, lot of takes a lot to actually do that. So I kind of want to make another wrapper for that. 32-bit quaternion. Also, my utilities are a mix of 32 and 64-bit, which is a mess. Let me mark it to do here. Clean this up. Probably an easier way to do it. Maybe there's a unit quaternion new normalized from axis angle or some such thing. Okay, anyway, we want to do the similar thing when we make new cubes, right? So down here, let rotation. Okay, but here's where we get a chance to like play around with this. So just a random vector, random rotation. Let's go. Oh, I never implemented from tuple, or no, I did. Okay. Did it crash? It crashed. I didn't implement it because I didn't implement it. Right, I didn't implement it. Dang it. It was just self new, right? Angles dot 0, angles dot 1, angles dot 2. There we go. Okay. Pull it in, add 50 cubes. They all have different rotations? It's hard for me to tell. I'll add one at a time. No, they all seem to have the same rotation. So what? I'm not using the rotation, the random rotation I made? You have... Oh, that's not it. Oh, the this needs to be randomized too. The actual angle. So that can be anything up to F. Was it standard? F32 const I.
Oh, thank you.
I've been scared from the window. Hey there, Franzi. Franz P. Okay, there, we fixed it. I don't know what I did, but now the rotation is random. Although a lot of times it's like the same rotation to me. Lots of cubes. Cubes. I'm still streaming. Can't talk to you while I'm streaming. Hey. I'll have to revisit that. And this need to clean up. Yeah, I'm getting really hungry, so how about we just end it here? Let me check this in first. So this was what did I do exactly? Oh, we randomized the rotations. Okay. Gotta fix warnings first. Okay, warnings are fixed. So check it all in. Apply random rotations to new cubes. send.sh that. Okay. Need to automate the pressing of the new cube button. So just like randomly add them while I'm starting the raid up. With the explosion of cubes, we'll see if anyone else is streaming. Look, quick, add more cubes, add more, and more. Oh, cool. So Zorkenheimer's starting soon. How long has he been starting soon, though? Did he just start? And I got an ad for 6 seconds. While I watch the ad, I'm gonna add more and more cubes. Come on, blow up, blow up. Oh, he's actually raiding or starting. Cool. Then we'll raid Zorkenheimer. Here we go. Start off the raid. Oh, and I'm back to watching an ad again? Interesting. Well, hope you guys enjoyed me playing around with this graphics library and physics engine. Looks like when we get up to like past 5,000 cubes, the frame rate starts to slow down. And it's gonna stay slow because of these ones falling forever, right? They're never like settling out. But yeah, anyway, hope you enjoyed. See you next time. Bye. Bye bye.